Hello and welcome. It's episode 68 of Cometh the Fall. Hello, everybody. Hello, Raiders. I'm sorry that I made you wait so long. Genuinely, I do apologize. I may have napped a little too hard. And, maybe slept through my alarm. I was eeping. I'll try to go down the line. Let's see. Hello, Zero. ProStar. EMC, thank you very much for 20 months. My God, incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, brother. Thanks for sticking around for so goddamn long. Soon, you will get your 2-year badge. And all things shall be right in the world. Hello, Mystic, Zevis, Cody, Anubis, Skull Throne, Loop, Tangine Trines, welcome first time chatter, Zun Sensei, welcome. Hello everybody, hopefully you all are enjoying your Friday evening. I know I am, because it's a D&D day. My whole weekend is fucking jam-packed with D&D. It's gonna be CTF tonight, Lost Minds of Fandover tomorrow, Guilds and Geckos tomorrow, and then Tales of Sunfall on Sunday. A weekend of D&D sounds good to me. That's quite a handful. Indeed it is. We are not having Into the Shadows Breach next week, Zebus. So I am given a small reprieve. Okay. We're giving our players a moment to get themselves situated, get some drinks, get some snacks, before we hop on over and pick up where we left off. Hi-ho, hi-ho. Off to D&D we go. Indeed, Ralph. I went out of this world and in some comfortable D&D. Well, you got it, Skull Throne. It's time! For you, Goal, I shall hydrate. Okay. I believe everything is set up. We are gonna go ahead and transition over. Perfect. Let's get rid of this. Okay. First things first, you'll notice behind me the void. Bereft of life, as you all chat, as you all talk, your words will be recorded behind me in perpetuity for all future VOD watchers and all future YouTube watchers. If you have anything you would like to say to your future self, now is the time to say it. As well, you will notice beneath me the cast, our lovely players and friends whom will be playing in tonight's game. We are going to get introduced to them, and the game will go from there. Let's go ahead. Let's tell them we're unmuting. And then let's go ahead. Oh, Wolfmaster. Before we unmute, thank you very much for the 20 months, brother. Incredibly kind of you. Thank you for sticking around for so goddamn long. Hey, future self, don't eat gas station sushi. Ooh, truer words that were never spoken. My God. The wisdom of the ages, Wolfmaster. Okay, let's go ahead. Let's unmute. Let's go talk to our players. Gamers. Oh, don't look at me.
Was it last episode in Pale Moonlight?
Yeah, I changed it. I forgot to say, because I was busy doing a lot of stuff. I changed the episode name to Southern Journey.
So,
yeah, so episode 67 is the Southern Journey. This one's in Pale Moonlight.
Wait. So this one is in Pale Moonlight.
Yeah, this one's in Pale Moonlight.
I forgot.
Last one was in the Southern Journey. Yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot. I realized it right as I was naming it, and I was like, I didn't tell them about that I changed it last week.
All right, one aneurysm later. Hey, guys.
Hey. How are all my sick friends doing?
Hey, puss. Blech.
I'm great.
Hey, I'm good, man.
All right. Well, welcome. It's episode 68. We're going to go down the line. We're going to get introduced to all of the players. You're going to tell me a little bit about yourself. You're going to tell me a little bit about who you're playing. And once we reach the very end, we're going to figure out who recapped last week and who's going to recount this week. We're going to start with Alaric.
I am Alaric Cravain, a half-elf barbarian of Shilier, Path of the Beast. Born in Karim, prince to its people, but now here in the mainland, roaming with a group of misfits who are trying to set the world to rights. We've done some good thus far, I think. It's been hard. It will most likely only get harder. But even as difficulties mount, I know that together we will remain steadfast to see them head on. The land deserves no less, after all.
I'm Ashilda Ironhands, Arcana Cleric of Ithun and Wizard of Scribes. Now traveling with my friends to the spires to ask the Night Maidens for a mighty favor. Something we need to accomplish our goals to better both the Ettenmore and Pyros. My goals, my personal goals, still remain the same. To gain membership to the Order of the Eye, find the shards of Thorland, and build that transport system for Tyros, one to really unite the country. Everything to try and just make Tyros a wee bit better.
Sorry, I coughed. I play Kellen Aldane, this variant human ranger, and member of the Grey Watch. Kellen was originally on a mission to report back on all the strange things, but now that, or strange things in the Southlands, and now that he is sort of stuck down there, it is sort of adapted into a more follow or help the party survive through the wilderness, and hopefully one day get back and report on how the Southlands has kind of gone to hell. But, you know, hopefully slightly improving with their help.
I am Morana Lamodia, level 6 Dampier Rogue, and what's known as a spirit caller, whereas I have a strange connection to the dead. Hailing from the distant province of Vinheim, from a place known as Malgrove, I am heir to a lineage of stalwart defenders and monster hunters, and we have seen no shortage of monsters here in the Southlands since our escape from Hain Keep. Here to ask of our Night Maiden friends a rather large favor in our continuing hunt against these aberrant beasts. I can only hope they will comply and that any damage made is reparable, even with time.
Hello, I am Momo, and I play Cyril von Ashford, daughter of House Ashford, this one Blades. I am a level 6 high elf draconic warrior who finds beauty in every battle, and I would lay my life on the line for those I care for. I endeavor to seek truth, to uphold the ideals of Tyros. Alongside my companions, I will stop at nothing to find out why all of this is happening and how we can make a change. Be that change before it is too late.
Hello, I am Sizzle Bacon. I play Yeti Zairi, the multi-classed aberrant sorcerer and hexblade warlock, a human from the distant lands of Kereso, from the province of Shademore, where one day I will rule, as I am currently its heir. Having traveled here through the distant oceans, arriving at the shores of the Atmore, I originally came here to discover the lost history of the Shademorian people. Humans once rumored to have come from Tyros, where, in theory, all men arrive. I have instead found myself amongst, well, convicts turned allies. Noble women and noble men. Vagabonds disguised as heroes, and religious clergy members. All now of my party on this strange adventure in an attempt to stabilize the Atmore and those who have taken us in, the people of Elion, and to fight off the ever-encroaching temptation and manipulation of the mouth of the Iron Duke, and of course the Iron Duke himself. With my companions, we have we strive to fix every, well, problem we have, and have done so with the Night Maidens, the hunting of monsters, and, well, mostly that. Sitting now with such Night Maidens, I hope we can continue to do so as we prepare for the hunting of the Phase Spider.
Perfect. Who recounted last week?
No one. We
There
went to
was one.
we went straight into initiative.
What I-
Oh. Well, you know what that means.
Abby.
I need a D100 roll from everybody.
Ugh,
Oh God.
What the
I
fuck
would
was
like
that?
to volunteer.
Oh. Well, never mind then.
Well, technically,
Similar.
Yuria recounted the week before that, if you remember.
Okay. Never mind.
Well, Solera wants to do it.
But Silora wants to do it, then she should.
Volunteer as tribute.
I served the area.
Holy shit. Alright, guys, well, I choose Momo. Well, alright.
Good
Oh,
choice.
sorry.
Very good.
Have to
Good
pick somebody else.
choice,
Sorry.
Holy shit.
Well done, lad. Very
Wow.
You can't pick the willing, I'm afraid. Sorry.
That's kind of fucked up. I thought we were all about consent here, DM. What the
Oh
fuck?
shit! What's this retrograde bullshit ruling?
We've
huh?
turned it into a punishment, apparently.
No.
Well,
Hey, go ahead, Silo.
okay. I'm gonna do something kind of cool where it's different. I would like to set a scene where Cyril is writing in her journal, and she's there with her. Wait, do we have pens or pens?
This bitch stole my journal.
Yes, you actually bought an ink pen.
Okay. Yeah, she is there somewhere along the travel as they rested in the halls, and she is writing in her journal as an entry. Traveling forwards, a group of us will find ourselves prattling on about different things. Still, it was evident the importance of our current trek into the forest toward our task at hand, the pale tree. We needed its heart, and I surmised that it would be up to Callan and Alaric to see this done. It would not be long before we were set upon by vicious creatures. This was Tyros, after all. And these creatures we had seen before. The Ettercaps. There were far too many, and no matter where I looked, they continued to pour out of the very forest like a river, ready to drown us in its depths. Look at me. Picking up flavorful writing as if it was known to me. If only my uncle could see me now. Anyway, where was I? We were able to fight back their onslaught, one after another, but that would not be without many pains thereafter. Alaric looked like he was about to be eaten alive, were it not by swift action of the rest of our allies. After, as we caught our breath, the lot of us, Morana was able to scour through the corpses. She seems to have a knack for the dead, monster or otherwise. Finding us a few treasures to take with us, undoubtedly from the Ettercup's last victims before us. We continued on, and found ourselves in those elven arches once again. The same place as before where we had met Anwen. It took some time, but we were able to finally rest for the evening. Alaric cooking up meals for all of us. Shilde being herself. And more. The young visage of Kellen sharing his thoughts on how to press forward, and finally sleep. Sweet sleep. A sleep that I had hoped would last for far longer, but I found myself awoken to Morana's voice. I woke up easy. I still don't understand everyone's words about my waking. Regardless, I began my watch with Yaya, where we spoke about many things in our time at the fire. But most of all, she asked why it was our job to do all of this. What our role was in the grand scheme, or something alike. And if I'm honest, it threw me, I suppose. I wanted to be able to give more on this subject in retrospect. But as the time, I only served to Spiral. And I couldn't let her see me like that. I want her to see my good side. Strong and attractive one. Not a blubbering, scared girl who was too deep in the shit to speak. So I decided to go for a walk and seek refuge in those stones that gripped me the last time we visited. Only this time I must have fallen asleep in my brooding. For I had the most odd and frightful dream. It was of me, or at least some strange, misplaced me in time, trapped behind a barrier of gold. And then there were the voices. None I had heard before who called for me like they knew me. Even my golden lady was there with us. In this strange place. Asking me about choices and paths that she could not undo were I to tread them. And I threw myself against the barrier in attempt to flee the young visage of myself. And I woke up. My chest rising and falling, laden with fear and confusion. Were it not for Yuria to find me, I most definitely would have passed out in a hyperventilating fit. What a sight I would have been. How shameful. Anyway, we continued on our travels, making it to the spires and greeting Noria. And just as before, we were given the opportunity to regale the Night Maidens with stories once more. An activity I myself was quite glad was happening. We could use some simple comforts from time to time.
Fantastic. You already have a point of inspiration. Let's see.
I hope it wasn't too long, I'm sorry.
It was great.
It was
Fantastic.
the
So
best
good.
one.
The only person who doesn't have a point of inspiration is Yuria, and that's who I'm gonna give your point of inspiration to.
Okay.
Look at her over here setting standards and shit.
Correct.
It's for when Yuria has to roll like 7 Constitution saving
Shut.
again.
I'm gonna throw up.
I gesture to the rest of the party. Look what you've done. Look what you've done.
See, that's
Wait.
why she's my favorite.
When did you shrink Kellen's icon?
A while ago.
Last session.
Yeah.
Was
When
it
am I-
after
when am
my
I-
power went out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Am I
When am I-
growing?
When am I no longer 14?
Yes.
This is annoying.
The DM says so.
It's even more annoying.
All of your stuff has buffs and timers, I'm afraid.
Fucking speed that clock up. God damn it.
So my hair's still black is what you're telling me?
Yes. The only person whose buff went away currently is Yuria.
Yeah, the good one.
I mean, Bless is okay, but like, Marana still has her 2
I feel
legendary
great.
resistances and
Oh,
no
Jesus,
fear.
you're right. Jesus fucking
No
Christ.
fear!
Jesus Christ. Motherfucking legendary dragon looking motherfucker over in the corner.
Okay. The camaraderie of the moment is still here, present within the Ebon Wings feasting hall. Nerea and other Ebon Wing Night Maidens sort of enjoying the tales and the stories, everybody being awarded with warrior beads of some sort. Warrior beads or sage beads, depending on the story. And eventually, the night would grow quiet. It is well beyond midnight at this point, and many of the Night Maidens have already gone off to bed, leaving just the main host, Brunhilde, sort of standing, sort of enjoying the idle chatter on the sides. Nerea still drinking with all of you. What are you all doing before going to bed tonight and getting your long rest?
Yuria would approach Brunhilde after the feast.
That sort of helmeted visage, sort of pulling the mug away, or the sort of flagon away from her face, sort of using both taloned hands to hold it, and she would turn her attention to you. This almost expectant look.
So, you enjoy a spectacle? At least helping in one. You have my appreciation. She'll give Brunhilde this sort of cursory curtsy.
There's a smile that sort of plays at the end of her lips, and she would nod. I thought it was best to stay on the good side of another sage.
Oh. I take it then you are trying to stay on everyone's good side here.
Trying.
How is that going?
My wings have healed. She'd expand one of them from her back. You can see there's still this like broken segment that is still in the process of healing. There has been much in the way of infighting, and some sisters I cannot still look in the eyes, but we are mending.
Insight check.
Sure. What are you attempting to insight?
What's the feeling I get when she says we are mending? Like, does that seem true?
Sure. Go ahead and roll me an insight check.
Because if anyone was going to be pissed and start fighting behind Nerea's back, it'd be Brunhilde.
Hold on. Stand by.
Oh, great. Yuria just discovered the coup.
Did you say coup? Is that a
Yeah.
bird pun?
Is that a bird pun?
Yeah.
Is that fucking bird pun?
Yeah, it is.
That fucking bird. Oh my god. You
Gonna forget.
His
chicken.
braces are about to go up in flames.
All that goodwill you just fostered, lost immediately.
Hey, at least I'm back on solid ground, you know?
There is some. There is some sort of seething you can feel. It is it's obvious that she is playing a sort of very good host, doing a lot to sort of keep her emotions in check, but you can tell that when she's sort of talking about the pain and what she has suffered, you can sort of feel that resentment.
Yeah. There's this sort of quirk of the corner of Yuria's mouth. That's good to hear. I'm curious, though, what mending means for some as opposed to others. And I'd like to cast Detect Thoughts. Not the like.
Not
Just for
the
her.
deep probe.
Correct. Not yet, but
Okay.
yeah.
Surface thoughts. Let's see. You would get again that feeling of resentment. There is also like not only is there the flashes of resentment, but it also turns to like a little bit of shame when sort of prodded about it. Much like how a lot of people have that shame when like they know they shouldn't be angry, but they sort of can't help themselves. And then there is there are sort of these more brief flashes of what else? There'd be resentment, shame. Yeah, I think it would be that. I think it'd be a lot of her surface thoughts would be sort of this sort of rotating carousel of resentment towards the sisters who harmed her, who are still here, who were brought back into the fold, who she can't look at. And then there is the shame for feeling that, because she knows that a lot of this frustration and everything that's it's stemming from, it wasn't something that those sisters can control, right? They were mind controlled by Laklira and other forces. So it's like, I hate you for what you did, but I also know it wasn't your fault, but I can't forgive you type deal.
Indeed. Yeah, Yuria, is she sitting down?
She had been sort of hovering in the back, not really joining the party, so to speak.
Yeah, Yuria would kind of like glance over her shoulder to the rest, and then sort of step in and murmur conspiratorially. I know you're trying to put on a brave face, but when even I can feel the resentment, I know your sisters can. And you are in charge of the sages from what I gather, or certainly one of its elders, and what you do will be followed.
You can see her purse her lips together, sort of turning her head away from you for a moment, sort of glancing in a different direction. That obvious.
I'm a little more perceptive than most. Still, those who know you likely can feel it without even having to try. Maybe. There are some out there that would abuse that resentment. The same one who corrupted Laklira. The ones we fight now. You cannot let that resentment get the best of you, or the best of your sisters. Break the cycle.
You can see her jaw sort of flexing, this silent gritting of teeth. Go ahead and roll me a persuasion check. I'll say, because you used detect thoughts to really understand her current emotional state, I'll let you roll it at advantage.
I love my frustration rolls. They're so cricky. They're so.
Anything else? 19. Persuasion, not higher than a 10.
15 is 10.
I mean, the actual dice.
The actual
I'm pretty
dice.
sure.
yeah.
Pretty sure she
fucked.
has like expertise in persuasion.
I have a +8 in persuasion. I should be rolling the same as Tegan rolls with sleights of hand. I should be rolling 30s.
30s? What?
Well, close to.
I can't win them all.
Give me
I think
one
I
moment.
think the game senses that I'm a goth brat, and so it just nerfs me automatically.
Well, there you go. How about rolling a 1?
You don't know what I'm rolling. Smile.
Yeah, well.
One, there could have been 20, but instead one rock flies through the,
Yeah, there are 20 rocks. You
A
only have to
brick
deal with one.
flies through the spires, hits Kellen in the head.
Put me out of this 14-year-old misery.
Grow up!
Is that a child? Ew!
Fucking, it's a teenager. Kill it.
You're wheeling out like a child-sized table. They get you some like chicken fingers and
You have
stuff.
to sit at the kids' table.
You would
I hate
see
you.
that frustration in the moment. This like trying to almost like she's working up to telling you to just shove it. Much like what happens in sort of public conflicts where it's like, I don't want to talk about this particular thing anymore. So go fuck yourself type deal. Instead of engaging in the conversation.
Sort of seeing that, she kind of continue. Sort of raising a hand. I'm not berating you. I'm not selling what you have gone through. Short. I am sure it was traumatic. I have suffered similar trauma at the hands of those that would undo us. And I'm telling you, from as one sage to another, join the festivities and put on a good face for your own coven.
It would be a long moment, this sort of very audible silence from her, before eventually her head would hang, and there is this loud exhale. You would see her shoulders sort of slouch. She'd bring a talon hand up, sort of resting it over her visored face, sort of claws pressing to the helmet. And then she would inhale, turning to look at you for just a moment, sort of taking you in.
Oh, do I see her face now?
No. It was more so like how people rest their fingers against their forehead or against their temple.
Gotcha. Yeah, Yuri would have done the same many times with her helmet, so understandable.
She'd eventually sort of relent, hand falling away from her helmet to very gently place a hand on your shoulder. I will try. She'd give a small nod and would gesture you forward and move to follow you.
She gives her a nod. And there's almost this like pause as Yuri kind of considers whether she should say more or not. It's sort of written on her face. Like, how much does she want to help? And eventually she'd relent. I usually don't offer services for free, but if you need help, I can try. I'm good at these sort of social gatherings. She kind of gives her a wink and turns and starts heading back to the festivities.
There is a low chuckle at the idea of Yuria being good at these sort of social gatherings. Sort of one goth girl to another. She'd follow And eventually, Brunhilde would join the festivities, sort of moving to sit down beside Yuria, sort of like in between or around Yuria and Marana.
I pat the person who has no token. It's okay. DM still loves you.
She's always just meant to be a side character. You
There are
always
no
do
such
this,
things as
party.
It's okay. It's it's just rendering. I'm sure he has any
Processing image.
Enhance.
DM, speaking of Morana, what is she up to?
Marana, what are you up to?
fighting someone.
Fighting. No.
Biting.
Fighting. Oh well, not unless they ask.
Ooh.
No, probably still just kind of partaking of like the feast, the drink, chatting with anyone who asks about the basilisk. Like, was it really, did it have that many arms? Like answering those sort of things. Yeah, this is probably the most she's talked with strangers in a very long time.
And she's
Back
very
since I've known
talkative.
her. Oh yeah.
So she's there, present.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Well, I think Alaric would have been in the thick of it as well. He very gregarious. He would have been speaking to everybody and boasting about the party. I'd say that somewhere along the way, he actually, DM, there's a drink in this party, right?
Yes. Whenever you come to the Nightmare Spires, like the multiple times that you have, when the feasts are had, it's very like it's lots and lots of copious amounts of drinking.
Hell
Perfect.
yeah.
So we're thinking ale, mead,
Yes.
potentially stronger stuff available. Okay. So Alaric had been given a mug, but somewhere along the way he took the whole pitcher, and in his hand it looks like a fitting tankard, and he's been running around with the whole pitcher in his hand. And that's how he suddenly just sort of walks up to Morana, looking down to her like this big slush smile on his face. Hey, how you doing?
Not as good as you, it seems.
I'm doing all right. Had a little bit of dancing, but I'm spent now, actually.
Kind of listens to the still like half full pitcher in his hand.
I'm not so sure about that.
He very audibly pulls up the lid and looks into it. Ooh. True, there's some left.
The party's not yet done with you.
Actually, I need it to be done. I've been meaning to speak to you.
She kind of tilts her head a little to the side at that.
Someone's in trouble.
Alaric sort of presses a hand to his face and drags his fingers down it. It's slightly humid with the sweat of having moved around a lot, dance and whatnot. Yeah, you think we could maybe find a quiet place to talk? Won't take long at all.
To talk? I mean, what about? Everyone's talking.
She just kind of gestures to the table.
Well, stuff only meant for you.
She kind of squints for a moment and is gonna kind of try and look past Alaric's drunken demeanor to figure out what the hell he's about.
I can leave the picture behind if you'd like. I'd say that on his face is this very stark apprehension. And what's taken him to this moment, this risk he's sort of taken with himself is exactly the amount of drink he's had from that pitcher.
She kind of takes that measure and more or less kind of lifts up her hand onto his and just kind of makes him lower it a little bit.
Sure,
Goes down.
sure. We can talk before the night's end. We should probably just let Maria know that we intend to speak more in the morning, but after that, my ear is yours.
He's momentarily sort of befuddled. Wait, you want to speak after we speak to Nerea or before that?
Just to let her know that we have more to discuss in the morning.
Oh, all right, let's go. He'll offer her an elbow.
Oop.
And I guess we're gonna go stumble after Nerea, DM.
Okay. Nerea is, again, amongst most of your companions drinking. Now that Brunhilde has joined, you can see Nerea has sort of livened up even more.
Hey, the heart of the party, huh?
She would, sort of pulling the flagon away, a sort of spray of mead. She'd turn her attention up and sort of see both of you. What?
I think what he means to say is, it's good to see you enjoying yourself.
Oh, She sort of pauses for a moment. I forgot I'd even... It had been a while. What is it? Are you out of drink?
No. In fact, quite the opposite. It's just... our group is not here by accident. There is much we'll need to discuss in the morning. Just wanted to know before many of us retire, willingly or...
She kind of glances to the drink.
Alaric, who has slightly impaired coordination, sort of leans forward and very minutely, as though it were some kind of ritual. It has this strange sort of ceremony. He puts the pitcher down and leans away from it, like sets it next to the table by Nerea, like he's given up on it for the rest of the night, but looks at it with a strange longing as he goes upright again.
She sort of wears a very prominent smirk on her face as she sees that longing for the drink, and she'd sort of rest on an elbow amongst the various sort of cushions. Is it very important, or?
It is. It is absolutely important. Imperative, you could say. Imperative. Is that a word, Morana?
She more or less gives the kind of like bring it down a little bit kind of hand gesture.
I will say it is a matter of import.
The joys of the festivities now being replaced again with the mantle of responsibility as the matriarch. Her expression would eventually sort of taper out until it was much more stern.
But, as I said, we needn't sour happy reunions with that talk just yet. If it indeed will sour. For now, it is good to be among friends.
Very well. I'll speak to Brunhilde as well in the morning. You will have myself and her.
Brumhilda. That's the one by Yuria? You'll look lazily across the room, trying to zero down on Juria. It's a blur of images.
Oh, well, I was going to describe how she looks, but I guess to you, you'd see like this smudge of white with a smudge of black underneath.
Beside a sort of tall figure, her wings folded on her back. She seems to be wearing a smile and sort of engaging in idle conversation with Yuria and Siluril. Yes, she's our oldest sage.
Oh, she looks really good.
Alaric's getting jabbed in the side with an elbow, with a pointy elbow.
Alaric, who's been using his hands to gesture and very manic-like emphasize, sort of drops them.
I'm sure she
I
would be
do
pleased to hear
1d4. 1d4 piercing.
that. Ooh, the bite attack. Very well.
Oh god.
Yes. Again, it was all a matter before we forgot. But please, we won't keep you any further.
Then I shall make myself available in the morning.
Perfect. Keep having fun. There's my drink. I think it's ale. Enjoy it.
Do you think?
I don't know.
Very well.
DM, I have a question.
Yes.
Does Nerea have her corvid with her? Her bird? Her borb?
She is the Borb.
The extra one.
Oh. Not currently, no.
Boo.
So DM, if one were to try and find a little nook where a conversation can be had, where would that be?
Well, you have a reference image of the spires. That.
I remember it. So we could technically go down as long and like go lower level.
To go to the much lower levels does require like assistance from some of the Night Maidens, depending on how far you want to go. Otherwise, there are usually stairs that sort of wind around everything. But there are plenty of places that you can go where you would be alone.
Okay. I'd say it'd probably be a bit of stumbling around trying to find one such place.
And before eventually going to babysit Alaric so he doesn't fall down into the spires below,
Very good.
Marana would stop for a moment and look back to Rhea.
By chance, is there a spinner or a weaver I could speak to?
I think we still have a young one. Our oldest, of course, you know what happened, but I imagine that we still have a young novice.
I was hoping they could either find some use for some monster parts that we acquired and work on a bit of a personal project for myself. You see, we've come into possession of Ettercap silk. As well as some toxin that perhaps your hunters can use.
Indeed. I will speak to them.
Excellent. It's a small project, trifling, but I feel like your people would be more familiar working with the materials at hand.
We do use parts of creatures very often, so Ettercap poison is known to us.
And the spinnerets as well.
More of a thing for some of us sages, but the poison is very useful for hunting.
Good. Well, I'd better make sure he does not end up in the waters below.
By now, Alaric has sort of strayed a bit, and
Oh.
he's fussing with a table. He's pulling at the mantle claw just to see how much it yields.
And there's just going to be the tiny tap-taps of feet as Marana chases after and tries to right this giant of a man.
Oh, hey, Morena, you having fun? He's
Not
stumbled.
only a quarter amount of the fun you're having, apparently.
Somewhat. I lost my drink. I needed to talk to you, actually.
Yes, you've made that abundantly clear.
I did. Oh. Okay. Well, that's scary. Let's. He points around at nothing in particular. Let's find out if there's a place around here to talk.
I feel like Marana will nod, and even though like he kind of proffered his elbow, she's more or less guiding him.
Absolutely. He has no north.
Oh, probably head down like maybe like one of the rounding staircases to like a platform that maybe no one is really frequenting right now.
Sure.
Ooh, stairs, huh? Stairs. There's no arm rails in this place, huh? They have wings.
Yeah, there's no arm
You're-
rails on anything.
Very
you're
good.
gonna be against the wall. You're on the wall side.
Very good. Very good. And he is quite literally against the wall. And as he goes down, he's stumbling 3 steps at a time, each time almost falling in some way, but he catches. You say pause?
Yes, he did.
You're having internet connection troubles, lad.
Yeah, we just had a huge drop.
We noticed. You all sound like fucking constructs.
And not on purpose.
My God. I can't believe Alec fell down the stairs.
It's still struggling, but it should be fun. Continue.
All right. DM, I imagine they would eventually find like some kind of nondescript lounging area, chairs, a table,
Sure.
potentially. Okay. Alaric would, at the first sign of anything that could potentially hold his weight, sort of lean in and very heavily sit down.
A lot of their seating are like sort of lounging cushions. Similar to what you see here underneath Shane and Nerea. Are these very wide cushions with numerous sort of pillows and strewn blankets.
Okay. So instead of sitting down, because it's not a chair, he, with a sense of vertigo, begins to lower himself decently to the floor, crossing his legs, and his hands are like tentatively held to his sides as though to catch himself. But he'd eventually sit down.
Careful to make sure he doesn't, I don't know, hit his head on the way down. Rana kind of grabs one of this sitting pillows and kind of just tosses that down and relaxes cross-legged. So, what is so important that we have to speak in private?
Give me a minute, hold on. He's swaying where he's seated, and after a bit, he sort of resolves to lean back, pulling a pillow under his head and just staring emptily at the ceiling. All he sees is like a dizzying array of colors, right? Making every light stand out. All right.
She more or less kind of like raises her brow, beginning to get a bit dubious about the content of this conversation.
Morana, do you remember that day when Kellen almost got eaten by rats?
Her brow going from curious to knitted in a flash.
Yes, it was frankly terrible. I was out there alone.
It was awful. We were staying at that abandoned cottage. You know, we were looking for clues, and he went to check that barn all by his lonesome, almost got eaten.
James' home, yes.
Well, that night, when things settled down, and Yuria and I sat out front to keep watch while the rest of you slept, we saw something.
She thinks back.
I thought you said something about that. But I don't think you said what.
Well, we knew what it was then. It was a mirage, some kind of lie. I don't recall what it was that Yuria saw. I think it was his brother, her brother, Sebastian. He didn't say much, just sort of asked her to come along. Looked like a right lad, him. Very young face.
What did you see?
This makes Alaric wince, like he knew it was coming.
And it's very pointed too, with the current feeling that enhancement from the enchanted spring. She's just very direct.
And this momentarily rattles him, this directness. Makes him hesitate, sort of snorts in a breath. Well, beside them was Trioskar. Just standing there.
Ryuska, that was your mentor.
Was. When I saw him, I felt that jolt of recognition. I had this eager greeting ready on my lips. But then I remembered that Triosgar was 12 years in the ground, and I had said the words over his grave, so it didn't make sense.
Where are you going with this, Alaric?
There is another sort of length of silence, but it is a heavy silence. It's very densely spread on his features, very stiff, stilted almost. And he swallows. I have a favor to ask, and I swear it is not the drink. This will seem strange, I think. It will sound odd. He will try to stand up, sort of tenting a hand to the ground. And as he levers forward, he just slumps back down. So instead, he rolls his head to look at her. Very pathetic sight, I'd say. It's been made obvious to all of us now here in the group that you can communicate with the dead. Can you, Morana? That you can speak to them.
Now it's kind of her turn to not quite wince, but there's a little bit of a way she deflates a little bit. But it doesn't completely leave her. Not now. How could it?
Yes. Yes, that's true. I think ever since we were boarding the Primora back to the mainland, I still don't understand much about it. But I can do more with it now that I know it exists. As you probably heard. Most assuredly have heard.
She kind of pauses, kind of glancing back up the stairs. Though she can't see the individual that she would be referencing, she knows she's there.
Alaric gains a very peculiar look. Something in his eyes that give pause, an eager look. And wherever it is she looks to, Alaric does as well. Essentially trying to gain this abstract perspective that she has. Obviously assuming she means Hain, right?
No, not quite. She was thinking more mundane at the time. But there's no way for Alaric to quite glean that, unless he tries.
Like this, as he is? Why not? Could I maybe insight a disadvantage?
Go right ahead.
Let's see what fate has in store.
Yeah, no, it's definitely Hain.
Absolutely.
Crovane!
What is it
Earth
that
straight off the side.
is that bald fuck bothering you still?
Oh god.
Rick, let me remind you how precariously close to a ledge you are.
What? He likes how we talk to each other. We were friends.
Friends is a extremely broad use of the word. No, Alaric.
Yeah, you're right. Besides, it looked good on him.
What is it you're asking after?
Well, now with this sovereign conversation, I'd say that Alaric does manage to sit up, very awkwardly slouching under the weight of his very broad shoulders. Well, as I said, I'd like you to do me a favor. I'd like you to try and speak to Drioskar on my behalf. Summon his spirit, if you could.
Her lips pursed together for a moment in thought.
Alaric, I can only call. Whether they answer, how they answer. That is not something I have control over.
Seeing this apprehension in Morana, he sort of turns inward towards himself. like the farmer with the hat to his chest. His hands sort of overlap on his abdomen. And he gains a very creased and downcast expression. I am tired. Tired of remembering him as evil. Every time I think of his face, I think of proud past, staring down in faceless disapproval at the sorry now. I can't stand it anymore, and even if... He takes a pause, a beat. He puffs out like this heavy sigh and stares emptily at himself, at the wrinkled back of his massive hand. He winces as he works his fingers. Even if last time I saw him, he'd been made a monster. The worst I had ever seen, in fact, since I last looked in the mirror. The truth. I am rotting too. I feel buried alive and already rotting. And if I was not such a coward, I would have fallen to Hain's sword. But I am, and so I must content myself with others, with the killing of others, in the hope that one day, if I can only wade deep enough in blood, I will come out clean. And I have him to thank. He'll lean towards Morana now, setting a hand on the ground, sort of creating emphasis in his words. I need to speak to him, Morana. I have to.
Rana kind of pauses for a moment, her hands just more or less kind of folded in her lap, fiddling occasionally. She gnaws on her lip for a moment. Alaric, I can make no guarantees. If he answers at all, it could be that he's gone on to whatever is beyond. Or that he simply either doesn't want to speak.
No, you see him shake his head in denial. If he has what I have, if he had what I have, there's no rest for him. No, not him. He's out there. I know he is.
Know that sometimes they are not complete. It's hard to explain, but sometimes what remains is more or less like an after image, an imprint. Some stay in full, some not so much.
Well, whatever is left of him, I want to get my hands on. No, it's... Inside me, I've come to recognize this fucking thing, hiding in the spaces. The one whose shape he showed me. And when it asked, it was honest about the role it wanted to play in my life. It was rage. And it just wants to see shit in flame. I'm ill, Moran, and I can't beat this fucking thing. I have no answers. He must have them.
All right, I'll try. But I have a question for you after. If that's all right.
After what?
After the attempt. Will you answer it truthfully?
I will do my best. Yes, I will.
Right. Okay. She kind of pauses for a moment.
Do I get some candles?
Not necessary. Helps, but do you have something of his?
Well, the first thing, almost absent-mindedly, an instinct in him, is to touch the ring in his finger. The one he's been trying to get rid of for a while. And even as he's touching it, he has this fretting look, parsing through his memories, remembering the very many things he's torn to shreds that once belonged to him, forgetting that the very ring in his finger is indeed his. I think I should have something. Let me check my pockets. He'll fool around himself for a bit,
And
but eventually,
while he's looking, Rana kind of studies him for a moment.
Do you see yourself as a monster?
with his hands around his back, sort of pressed behind him, he pauses. And this strange, how to describe it? A twitching crawling up the side of his face sets his eyelid into this strange thrumming movement, this spasm that brings him pause. And he'll press a hand to it to sort of steady it before looking at her. There's this heaviness in his features, this stifled feeling to him. A monster? Well, when we fight, I only vaguely remember what happens afterwards. It's as though I've gone to sleep, and then I wake up again and there's blood on me. Blood in my mouth. Taste of it.
Alric, I had no idea. You're not yourself for certain in those moments, but you're not you.
When Siluril first told me what happened, I refused, but it's true. I am a monster. I am a monster. That feeling I have after the anger, that is not human. It can't be. There is nothing human about that. At this point, he's pulled off the ring from his finger, and he's just rubbing it between them in his hand. Nothing human about that.
She takes the ring. It fit for a Leonin, someone Alaric's size, looks gargantuan in her hands.
I'd say it shocks him how easily he let it go when she reached for it. And he watched it with surprise as it went away in her hand, essentially.
Rana pauses, still studying this object in hand.
The ring itself, I'd say, is very old. It used to be made of silver, but now most of the surface silver has been burnished by time. It has this very windswept quality to it. The sigil at the top is also slightly tarnished. It has the shield and symbolism of Rowfield. The gem itself is blue, but again, it's slightly smeared, opaque almost, under this strange patina of not rust, but let's say very congealed sort of dirt. He's never cared to treat it, to preserve it. Or rather, perhaps it fell into his hands just like that, and he hasn't changed it.
You don't
Dad,
have to answer this, but would it be so bad if you were a monster?
And this time she very pointedly meets his eyes. Just to kind of gauge his response.
it takes him a moment to realize that she's gazing into his eyes, and when his attention veers up to see her, at first he's startled almost by the weight of it, her words. I. Ooh, somebody's dying.
Momo,
Alaric's rather fractal eyes, they glow in amber, become half-lidded. Their glow sort of softens as to thus the turmoil in him. And he stares back almost vacantly, silently. It is good to let go. I will say that. It is good to let loose. It feels so good, almost, that I am afraid of it. Like I could never go back. So maybe not, Murana.
she doesn't say anything, but there's a spark of recognition in that. And she brings the ring forward again. Takes a deep breath, more for steadying herself a little bit more than anything. All right, let's begin.
How did you know?
Know what?
He motions to the ring in her hands. How do you know that was his?
She kind of just curiously examines it for a moment. I don't know. Sometimes more of a draw.
He doesn't question it. In fact, just her inherent knowing is more an answer than he could have ever expected. And he nods, head bobbing in understanding, and Alaric relaxes back and adjusts himself where he's seated. So what do I do? Do I close my eyes?
Excellent question. Let's find out. And, we'll see if, the spirit of Drioskar Blackmane is willing to answer the call of his once squire.
Go ahead.
Oh, wait, Mane. Sorry.
Go ahead and roll me. Go ahead and roll me persuasion.
Okie dokie.
As you hold this trinket in your hand, this cumbersome ring, and sort of hone your focus, for that moment, though your eyes are closed, you can see the numerous spirits that surround you. All of them familiar. You would see as they watch you intently, staring. It would be the hunter, hooded as they are, who would sling their longbow over one arm. They glance sidelong to the other spirits at their side, to the dwarf, to the older woman, to Hain. And given your location, partial fragment of Laklira, it would be Hain who grunts, this rumble from his throat as he'd turn. And you'd watch as with his fist, he'd sort of slam it like he was hitting something. You would see a outline form. This sort of parting doorway. Beyond a prismatic array of colors, before eventually muting and blending to become just white. Hain would step back, as would the others, standing behind you now. You would feel the ring sort of pull. You would look and see it now darkening the doorway. This massive frame. Broad shoulders with a thick mane that sort of pulls at the sides of their face, framing their features. They're backlit by that ambient white light. You would see their chin raised, their features obscured. And then a snort. despite your best attempts to call to Driaskar, this is not a sufficient place of power to call a spirit from so long ago. And though you have brought them to the doorway, they do not step through.
I get the feeling that this place is just not powerful enough. Do I get the feeling that he's completely on the other side?
Why don't you roll me an insight check? You get the feeling. You get the feeling that he's answered the call. But given how long it has been, either he's passed on or it's just that this area does not possess enough power to bring his spirit from wherever it resides to here.
Kind of feeling that out in this kind of other realm of shades of gray. She attempts to meet eyes with this massive figure, at least where his eyes would be.
You would see them meet your gaze, unflinching. This stern expression that they wear, the seriousness often seen in leaders or fathers. He'd crane his head one side, sort of now directing his attention down to the ring in your palm. You'd see his eyes narrow momentarily. And just before the image fades, a subtle smile that plays at the edge of his lips. And he vanishes.
And I imagine after that, Morana, who seems like she's been holding a breath this entire time, kind of goes slack for a moment. Her fingers going even further white-knuckled as if possible, holding onto this ring as if it was going to fly out of her hand at any moment.
Alaric had been looking at her with rapt attention. He didn't have the presence of mind to stay his eyes closed. And as she slacks, he sort of reaches out, setting a stabilizing hand on her back. What happened? What happened to you? See?
She kind of pushes herself up and begins pushing the ring back into Alaric's palm. I was able to reach him. That much I know, but...
You. Without even looking, he takes the ring. You were able to reach him?
Yes, but he could not come over. It's either he's been gone too long, or he's moved on, or this place isn't powerful enough. I'm not powerful enough to bring them over.
Wait, Morana, wait. You saw him.
Very tall, rather intimidating. It gives you a look more or less like this.
And she does her best to affect the shade, more or less, that she was able to make out.
Yeah, halfway through her explanation, Alaric's jaw sort of drops open and his lips they quiver, unable to form coherent words. His heart pounding in his chest, the rush of emotions overwhelming him, his eyes, once filled with that skeptic's sort of disbelief, now glisten with unshed tears. And he'll sort of withdraw from Morana, looking at the ground, trying to paint this image she's made in his mind. And he presses a palm to his face, sort of covering his eyes. You saw him. You actually saw him.
I guess I did. I guess I did, yes.
She seems almost just as gobsmacked as he is.
I knew that bastard was. I knew he was still around. I knew. He holds up the ring for emphasis. I always knew he was still around. I knew. You know, I never lost hope.
And she kind of looks at him, looks at the ring.
I didn't get words, but I got this.
And she more or less attempts to mimic again the reaction to seeing the ring in her hand. That kind of glance, the discerning squint, and then the smirk.
I think if we were to find the proper place, step through, even just briefly.
Proper place? Wait, are you saying he smiled?
It wasn't quite a smile. It was a grin or smirk.
Right, he never really. He had this strange fugitive moments of amusement. But that is a wealth of emotion from him already. All right. So what would be the right place?
Anna thinks for a moment and then just kind of goes quiet for a moment.
We're going to be going there anyway, Alaric. The Night Maiden's pale tree. It's how they communicate with those that have left.
All right. That's very close. It's you see this eagerness creep up into Alaric. That is very close. I hope they let us go to that tree. I hope. Gods,
What we need from it might.
I know. I know. Morana, he rubbed at his forehead, all awkward like of a sudden. What I am trying to say, thank you. Thank you, you know.
I'm just glad all of this be of use to someone. And it's not weird or disturbing. I'm glad it could maybe do more good than harm.
It has. Words are paltry thing. They never capture really the depth of things. So I'll just say you've done done me a great favor. Thank you. No. He holds up his palm. Thank you, really, no.
Not yet, I haven't. We'll see when it comes to the pale tree.
Even if the seed robs it of its power. Even if a choice must be made between using it to speak to him and do our task, would it make a difference? There are other places. There will be other chances. But this, just that you saw him, that is enough. At least for now. I'm going to hug you now. He doesn't wait. He just leans over and will sort of pull her into this very sheltering embrace.
Points at Marana. I'm going to hug you now.
Prepare yourself.
Toy noise.
No. Wait.
That is very tight.
Oh, I'm sorry. He'll soften.
Oh,
And-
it's okay. I don't have to breathe.
He'd eventually let her go. Sort of drawing back.
She has to remind everybody. This is twice now. Marana has been in a moment like this and been like, hey, by the way,
Oh,
don't need to breathe. No big deal.
It's still very uncomfortable. Ribs aren't supposed to go that way.
I'm a monster.
At this point, I'd say that as he draws back and this very, very emotional, cathartic feeling rushes through Alaric, the weighty exhaustion of the evening settles on his shoulders, on his face. And he'll touch at his features, at his cheeks, pulling at them strangely. Right, I think I will go lay down. Maybe.
She nods, but before Alaric can run off too quickly.
I still had one question for you.
Oh, that's right. That's right. This time he doesn't put on the ring. He very gently slides it into one of his pockets. And he'll sort of swivel around, facing Morana entirely. He'll bring up one leg, then the other, cross them together, and give her his full attention.
you think I'm a monster too?
You can see that in Alaric is this almost flinch instinct, spontaneous reaction to say no. And his lips sort of move with the word, but the sound doesn't come out. And he pauses, goes very, very quiet, watching her face, her features, staring off into the memory of things he's seen her done, the things she's seen her be. He sort of sniffs and scratched at his beard, taking his moment to think on it, looking her over.
You can tell that she's kind of fallen back a bit into that practiced placidity of more or less befitting a noblewoman who's heard her fair share of things. And just waits.
No. I don't think you're a monster.
There seems to be a bit of relief, although that placid expression does not completely fade. Still, there's a smile that slowly creeps. I see. Thank you for answering my question.
Of course.
Let's get to our respective rooms before people begin to talk.
What? Oh, gods. He slaps his forehead rather audibly. You're right.
What, you think I can't hear you?
Hear me?
Back at Elion's at the inn. Oh, of course I can hear you and Ashilda talking all the time.
About what?
There's just a leveled glance as she stands up and kind of offers her hand/arm to help him stand.
Alaric is gonna take her by the waist, and that's how he stands up.
I fold like a fucking lawn chair.
You become a
He-
walking stick.
He'd mostly stand up by his own volition, thankfully. And as his hand returns, not really, what did I say? Did I say something stupid?
Oh, well, if you're going on stupid things you said, oh goodness. Let me think back.
And it's clear that she's kind of now just messing with him.
We don't have enough night for that, Morena.
Not nearly enough.
And, yeah. Kind of begin leading him back.
By now he's regained most of his sense of balance. And not just that, while before he'd gone through the jubilations of the night with a sort of forced need to sort of adjust to everybody's cheer and whatnot, the Alaric that emerges up to that platform has had a great shadow lift off of him. His smile creases more deeply across his face, around his eyes, dimples his cheeks. He still needs her help. He still needs to
Yeah.
balance himself on the wall and whatnot, but
I mean, going up the stairs, I imagine he like kicks the stair more than once. You know,
that's
doesn't
right.
quite. He
Has to catch
undershoots it.
himself.
Yeah.
Yep. But as they reach the platform, he'll sort of bid his goodbye to Morana with a very meaningful hand to her shoulder and this momentary exchange of glances before he goes to whatever sleeping space he has.
Easily done. You'd be guided by one of the Night Maidens here, one of the Ebon Wings, who would guide you to a familiar room that you had resided in before.
Watch the shirt. Only shirt I have.
You would be walked. There are probably only a few of the warriors that are capable of carrying you.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I imagine once Morana gets to her appointed dwelling, she lets some of that confidence drop and kind of slouches, as I imagine that was no small ordeal.
Mm-mm. In fact,
Ooh, you said it now.
given that this was your first time attempting to commune with a spirit not given to you, why don't you roll me a con save?
Ooh.
Get exhausted. Omega low.
You know what, Morana? I'm gonna give you my inspiration.
Whoa.
That's not necessary.
Yeah.
It's not.
No. The DC was 10.
Okay. Woo!
Amazing.
It's mostly just
Yes, I don't have-
me faffing about Lamau.
Having
Oh,
a little
okay.
giggle.
Though there is a level of exhaustion, not just from having communed with the spirit, from sort of presenting so much spiritual energy, but you've also been up for more than 24 hours now. As it
She's
is
like,
almost
"Ugh."
2 o'clock in the morning. Everybody is at that point where your body's like, hey, it's fucking EP time.
Bender crash.
Yeah, I think Cyril would already be like drunk, passed out on the couch next to Yuria. She's just like cuddled up to her shoulder, just like drooling onto her shoulder.
Yuri's just sitting there, kind of like sipping on wine. Obviously, like, not making sure she isn't totally toasted like the others. Kind of like the designated driver at the moment.
You and Brunhilde are both just sharing wine.
Yep. Pat on Cyril's head.
If
She's
you would
going
like,
to be
I
so
can...
fucked up in the morning.
We'll make sure that she has water. I can go get some blankets for the both of you if you'd like.
That would be good, yes. Kind of side eyes Cyril. I have no way of picking up this one. Is she sleeping in chainmail? No.
No,
charge the
she has
breastplate.
her. She has her. Like, she's wearing the big, like, long puffed shirt and her like pants and boots.
At some point during the drinking, the breastplate was removed.
Yeah.
It was laid out.
That's just
You're
a breastplate, gauntlets, boots.
pinching.
She's like, fuck this.
She still got the boots though. They stay
All
You're
right.
Oh.
pinching like Cyril's like tunic. Like, how did she do that?
When did she do that? Brunhilde looks around.
Spontaneously.
Where is her
getting naked.
breastplate?
Shield's been abnormally quiet, sitting there kicking her little door feet, drinking, she's hit this kind of drunken inspiration, and she has the piece of obsidian Kellen had out for her, and she's working on shaping it into a little raven. And she's just sitting there pounding back alcohol as she's working.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ.
Go ahead and roll me jeweler's tools.
She fucking wakes up in the morning with a hangover and a perfectly polished diamond.
The fuck? Hold on, I'm getting it.
Oh my god, I just realized Yuri is like mom wine drinking.
Yes, you've been relegated
Oh
to
my god,
that.
no.
Yes. Trying to think here. You know what? I'll inspiration that. I want it to be pretty.
Give me just a second. You might not need to. Oh yes, yes, you'll need to use your inspiration. Unless you're fine with it sort of being a little bit more crude.
She's not fine with that, and you know it.
Okay. Easily done. It is perfect, as you have exceeded the DC by 7. It is a flawless carved piece of obsidian, which would be a relatively difficult task, given that it is very brittle. This sort of volcanic glass now being shaped, but your knowledge, your skills with these tools, sort of affords you this competence, this ability to work this very brittle material into something that is flawless.
Obsidian is actually what she's really good at. That's what her spellbook is made out of.
I'll say, because you exceeded its the DC by 7, I'm gonna bump up your obsidian's value by another 10 silver pieces.
Yes!
So you currently have an obsidian raven.
So how much is it worth now?
About 20 silver pieces.
Pretty solid.
She'll set it on the table, and she'll sit back, and she'll judge it. Drinking more as she does so. She has drank a significant amount of alcohol.
Okay. What are you attempting to judge about this piece?
I'm comparing it to the moonstone earring pieces that I've already done.
I would say you would recognize an improvement in your own work.
Like, Nerea would see her drinking, staring at her, and then going back to working on the piece, and then she'd look up, stare at her, and go back to working on the piece. It's basically what she'd see, but she'd be quiet while she's doing this.
Okay.
Not a word. She is unusually silent.
Nerea, who's been drinking, sort of catches your glances every now and then. She doesn't catch all of them. She's just enjoying sort of being among familiar faces and people she would consider a friend. And sort of catching your look every now and then. She would eventually, when you like on like a maybe like the 6th or 7th time, she would be like, "What?"
She'll set the raven down. I was using you for inspiration. I'm sorry.
What?
Drink.
So confused.
I was sitting here listening to the conversations, working, and I was using you for inspiration for something I was working on. Would you like to see it?
I mean, if you have made it in my likeness, then yes.
Well, you're the inspiration for it, and she'll set the little obsidian raven down.
You would see her brows raise when the obsidian raven is presented, and there is this sort of very warm smile that takes her expression as she would very gingerly pick it up, sort of between two talons, and then move to rest it into her palms, sort of using a thumb to move it and sort of examine it more closely. This is beautiful.
Thank you.
So it is mine now.
That's 20 silver.
Adjust it. There you go. It looks gorgeous.
She thinks about what they're there to do. Possibly trying. She stops for a moment and she's like, "All right, yes, it's yours now."
Oh, I was just jesting. I don't want to take your work from you.
No, what we need to ask of you, I do believe we're asking you tomorrow.
The excitement, the enjoyment of the festivities, her expression once again settles at the idea that not that you're here to enjoy her company and be at ease and at home, but there is another reason you have visited, and she has to keep reminding herself of that. Ah. Well,
But when it came to this, Kellen gave me this piece of stone, and I was looking at it for our travels here, and I couldn't figure out what to do with it until we got here, and I saw you.
I gave you the quartz, not the obsidian.
Oh no, yeah, he gave me the quartz. This would be the obsidian we got off of something else.
this would be what Marana gave you.
Yeah, this is what Marana gave me. The obsidian Marana gave me. And she's like, I didn't know what to do with it. Before I did this, and she'll gesture to like her book and like the tattoos on her arm. This is what my family did. This was their craft. And I was taught in it a wee bit. Kind of hard to give up.
Well, you have learned that very well. This is a very gorgeous piece. I thank you for this gift, and I am glad that I could serve as inspiration. Be careful, though. Gifts like this and flirting such as that, those are signs of courting.
Womp.
Well, she stops. She's not blushing, is the funny thing. I think you're already taken, aren't you?
She sort of gives a twirl of the piece and looks back at you. No?
Oh. Now she's ready.
You'd watch as she'd very gently sort of keep it with her now. Sort of something that's always now sort of present on her person. You would watch as she'd eventually, not today, but when you would see her next, it would be adorned on a necklace piece.
Well, it seemed to fit you, given your who you worship and who you serve. And you serve her very well.
Be careful. There's almost this grin that takes her painted lips.
But I cannot lie. It would be a disservice.
Well, I appreciate all of your kind words. And
She
thank you.
grins. And then she blushes, and then she takes another shot.
Well, it is late. I think it is. She would look over and see Brunhilde coming back with this sort of blanket or this comforter, and sort of handing it over to Yuria, seeing that one of your companions is already unconscious, and two of your other companions are already gone. She would give a nod to some of the other night maidens who had remained, pushing herself up to stand and sort of brushing herself off. I believe it is probably for the best if we all rest, and we will speak in the morning of what you have come to beseech us for.
Is that to a shield die or to Yuria?
Everyone who's
Oh.
present, which would be
Yeah, Yuri's-
you and Shilde and Kellen.
Yeah, Yuri's just kind of sitting there, trapped next to Siluril on a comforter.
Screwed.
He gives like a
in French.
what?
With the flirting, a shield is now kind of twirling that now black braid like she's flustered.
Oh no.
Yeah, I imagine sorry. Try that again. I imagine Shane got like airdropped away or airlifted away.
Yeah, Shane would have eventually have left the festivities, probably when about Siluro fell asleep. You'd have seen a familiar night maiden, sort of similar motif to Brunhilde, but sort of adorned in different sort of clothing. A sage, recognizable by their helmet and the sort of colors that they wear. That would be Elfhilde, and he would sort of taking 2 drinks would eventually be gone.
Take one for the road. Yeah, I remember Inkley's art. That freak.
Yes, Silver would just be fucking zonked. Like, just, like, leaning up against Yuria under the blanket, just, you smell nice. Just gone.
Sleep
like-
grappled.
She's like mid sip of wine. She's like,
Your movement speed is 0.
yep, I'm grappled.
Oh, is this how I learned Sentinel? Yes!
Oh. Whoa. Yeah, Yuri is kind of like seeing that she's sort of pinned there for the night. She kind of just sighs, sets the sort of the remnants of her drink aside, and then kind of like settles in as best she can. Well, at least the breastplate's comfortable.
Okay. Is there anything else the party would like to do tonight before we go ahead and hit the long rest button?
I don't think so. Everyone's winding down, and no.
Anytime Kellen would go to take a drink, I'd stop him because he's too young.
Jesus.
Every time you try and stop me, you're gonna get
Ooh.
you're gonna get your name down in my book of
Hey
grudges.
man, you shouldn't drink that. That's bad for your development.
Every time you try to stop me, you're gonna start getting rolled on your armor class.
Yeah, you're gonna catch the smoke is what's gonna happen.
Ooh.
It's gonna end any time, dude. And any time.
It cannot, I'm afraid. There is a date, and don't you worry. This is what Enchanted Springs do to people. It's fey magic.
Next time we find an enchanted spring, I am leaving.
Okay.
I'll bring-
Why don't we all go ahead and hit our long rest button? all would wake up at about not 10:30. 10. There we go. Needing your appropriate amount of rest. Let's make sure everybody has all of their stuff back, all of their hit points, resources. Okay.
Gosh, why are you checking all that?
What?
Huh?
What am I checking? What?
Why are you checking all our resources? To be like,
To make sure it's accurate.
oh,
Because sometimes we've gone into combat and people don't have all their spell slots, even though they should.
I knew it. We're going into combat. Fuck. The coup's happening, guys. It's now.
Brunhilde, before she
So,
leaves, stabs Yuri on the neck. What the fuck did you say to me?
Today's a red letter day.
Read my mind, will you?
You weren't supposed to know. That's meta.
I also do it.
We start fucking fighting over with detect thoughts.
Okay. You all would wake up well into the morning. Though the spires are dark, you would still see the illumination of all of the lights. And it would be about 10 o'clock in the morning. Yes, Alec.
Now that it's after a long rest, from the Bestial Soul table, I will be taking the climbing speed.
Whatever, you weirdo.
Just letting you know.
Oh my god, wow. Silver's actually drunk.
My God, squeaky toy.
Shut the fuck up!
Okay.
Hate it here.
As you all wake up, some of you groggy, some of you doing far better than others. It would be about, I'd probably say, as if with everybody getting ready, sort of doing their morning activities, sort of cleaning up, because they do have baths and everything here. It would probably be about an hour or so. So by the time you guys would finally be able to speak with Nerea and Brunhilde, it would probably be at around like 11 or so.
DM, would there be time to find that weaver that Nerea spoke of?
Would you have taken a bath this morning?
Probably, because we've been out on the road.
Probably something to save after talking to Nerea.
Cool, because I gotta get rid of this shit.
Oh, I know. Don't worry. You'll find there will be somebody you can talk to today after your conversation with Nerea to be able to offload all of that.
Nice.
It wouldn't be the feasting hall that you would all be sort of brought to. It would be Nerea's own sort of personal chambers, the sort of chambers of the matriarch.
Or airy, so to speak.
Indeed. At sort of the highest point of the spires, you would find what is almost essentially like a throne, sort of adorned and numerous sort of instruments of war, as well as sort of parts of terrifying creatures that have been slain. I mean, you would see how the chair itself even has like an adornment of like antlers and fangs that sort of make up its design. Though, with all of you, she does not sit in it. She sort of is sort of pacing behind it. And once everybody is there, she would sort of stop moving to rest a hand along the back of the throne to look at all of you.
Are we seated now, DM?
There are cushions and the like for you to sit upon you.
Okay, so Alaric is back. He has the same pitcher he has last night, but now it's full of water. And He'd, with great effort, go and sit down. A pounding headache, a tightness to his temples. Occasionally drinking, waiting for the rest to file in.
How are some of us feeling this morning? Still feeling confident? Still feeling 14?
Yeah, nobody's stuff has gone away yet.
Oh, okay. Neat. Cool.
Despair.
Just checking on that.
Okay. Once everybody is ready, you may talk to Nerea.
Don't everyone jump up at once. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Yeah.
Okay, well, now that everybody's there, Alaric sort of stands up. His hair is unkempt the fuck, bloodshot eyes, very disheveled in general. And he'll set the picture down. He sort of starts up in that everybody listen sort of sense, but first he looks towards Kellen.
Mm.
Well, come on, get up. Imagine it's school and you're giving a lecture.
About what?
But what we're meant to do, you've heard the matriarch as much as me.
Well, we kind of have two sort of things going on now, don't we?
What?
The creature.
Oh, we're speaking of the tree first.
Oh. I'm sure you've heard the stories of the terror of the Southlands, or at least in part.
This is something that we have talked about last time that you were here.
Just making sure. What's happened since then? Anyway, in order to deal with this threat, a potential solution has come up where we might require the heart or part of the heart of an Ed tree.
Elid.
Elid tree, that's right, you changed the damn name. Elid tree. And from what we recall, there was one that was sort of past its time, that I believe you refer to as pale tree.
Nerea knits her brows together, sort of glancing to Brunhilde. It is not past its time to all people.
Feeling that diffidence, sort of Alaric leans in.
The way the matriarch says it, it is beyond its time.
Nerea brings her hand up. I said no such thing.
That's not what. Yeah,
It is.
There are some crucial steps that have been neglected.
Morana just kind of stands up between these two.
I do not speak of you, Nerea. A different matriarch. A dryad. Lives to the north of Elion. In a grove, she's the guardian of the land around it. Her and, well, her friends. They know of your tree, and they've informed us that, in a sense, it is past its time, but I know the words to grant it revert, so that another may arise. And in no time you'll have another Elid tree. As for us, we need its heart, what remains of it.
it's sort of twofold as well. There is some heritage of mine, apparently, that can commune with these trees. But in that sense, we can bring it back. Healthier, newer, younger, stronger, all of that.
And not just that, we mean to ask its permission. What vestige of it is left, Idia, the Dryad matriarch I speak of, she wants its acquiescence. We will not simply walk up to it and carve it out, of course. There are steps to this, and we mean to take them very carefully and cautiously.
You can see Nerea sort of musing. Brunhilde, whose attention sort of drifts to each person. You said you possess knowledge to recede.
Alaric leans forward. Both of his hands he'd put on display on the table, as though for emphasis, his mangled ass hands full of calluses.
I have been given the right words, the runes needed, to write them on the trunk, on its bark, to reignite the life of the sapling that dwells beneath it. I've done it before once. Perhaps the words are not the same now, but I will learn them once I'm in its presence. At least I hope. Much like everything else in nature, even the life of the Eletries come with a cycle. With times such as they are, to begin that cycle anew has become harder every day. But that is why I am here. That is why Kellen is here also. We will help it take that step. And perhaps, hopefully, next time its boughs and branches stretch over your people, they'll have color. The colors of the queen, perhaps. It'll make its choice on its own.
Go ahead and roll me a persuasion roll. I'll say, given how thorough you've been, with Callan and Marana's help, why don't you go ahead and roll it with advantage?
Ooh, okay.
Ooh, missed the DC by 1. Ooh.
Fuck.
Brunhilde sort of glances sidelong to Nerea, who has this very thoughtful expression she wears. She's sort of tapping her taloned foot against the ground. You can see that despite being matriarch, this responsibility isn't one she's had to deal with. The idea of needing to carve or, in some views, defile the pale Elid tree, something that is a relic to their people. Brunhilde sort of brings a taloned finger up, sort of tapping at the side of her helmet. And you said you will ask its permission before you carve it.
At this, Alaric motions across to Kellen.
He may not seem like much right now, but in truth, he's around his 20s. Kellen has the same blood that runs through the trees, running through his veins. It's recently awoken, almost.
I'd say
And-
it's more figurative than literal. I don't have sap for blood, but yes, more or less.
Right. The matriarch believes that he will be able to commune with the tree. To ask its permission to see it reverted. If
Her-
it says no,
Go on.
if it were to refuse, of course we would not do it. Everything that we're speaking of here matters little in the end. We hang on their word. We will ask the question. We will only really know then.
That sort of eyeless expression that she has with her helmet that obscures where her gaze is. You can see the very visible shift of her head, staring now at Kellen. Sort of looking at you very intently. And you believe this dryad, this matriarch?
Seems that she has no reason to lie about something like that.
That's not what I asked.
I do, having seen the visions for myself.
Understand that the Pale Tree is sacred to our people. For sages, it is a place where they conduct their first rite. Coming of age, so to speak. Without it, you deny our sages much of their power. If you fail in what you're doing, you will condemn us. Do you understand?
I think with the steps that we are intending to take, failure only means that we won't get the heart and the tree remains as it is. Success means the tree will continue to be there, newer, stronger, younger, for generations to come.
DM, I have a question for you. Regarding Elite trees and their revert process. When it comes to overall personality and the tree itself, when they are remade, reborn, do they change in a sense as an entity?
Ooh, you have no idea, brother. The one Elid tree that you had replanted had been long since gone. You didn't interface with it, so to speak. You haven't learned the personalities of the Elid trees. Who knows what'll happen if you reseed it? Sure, you may regrow it, but perhaps it's a different entity altogether.
Yuria, who's kind of gaze been sort of far off at the moment, sort of listening with half an ear, would turn her head to the not to Nerea or Brunhilde, but to her party, specifically Alaric and Kellen. Are you sure this is worth the risk? Is there no other alternative? I was not aware when we came here we were risking so much we have worked towards.
For the third time, it seems like there's very little risk. If the tree refuses, nothing happens. Nothing changes.
And what if the tree accepts and you rip out the heart but fail to reseed it?
I don't think that you think what is going to happen is the way it's going to happen.
Ellen, what she's saying makes sense. I'm not sure what will happen. Even if he were to come back, maybe different. You all, and he looks to Nerea now, to Brumhilda, you will have to be very patient with it. Think of it as perhaps even a child. Perhaps you'll be able to mold it to what you think is best for the land. But in the end, as you know, it is of the land. You cannot rush it. You must protect it. Other than that, it is a toss-up.
But on the other hand, if the Dryad Matriarch is at least correct and it is past its prime, what if it dies in the next few years? And nothing happens from it then. Would they be able to do their coming of age ceremonies at all with a dead tree?
I've never heard of an Illitree dying, but I do know that as their power wanes and they go on longer and longer, they become more susceptible to things, namely corruption. That is why it is very important, like one weeds a garden, to let it come again. That is why we will pose the question, if it is ready or not.
I think we've all had quite enough of corruption for one lifetime.
Nerea's eyes close. She wears a very prominent frown on her features. She would stand there for a moment. Eventually, her eyes would open again, half-lidded as she releases a very slow exhale. I have fought by your side. I have seen the weight of your character. There is no doubt in my mind that what you mean is of ill intent or evil. I know that you are here for a good reason. I will grant you permission to go to the pale tree, to speak with it. I am putting my trust in you.
After this silence sort of carries, Alaric reaches across and offers Nerea not his hand, but his arm. And he'll meet her gaze. We will do our best. Not just for you and your people, but for Tiros.
She would take your arm, sort of holding it for that moment, meeting your gaze for this very small nod. Very well. Do you remember the way?
Well, I never saw it. Kellen, do you remember?
That question wasn't posed towards you, Alaric.
Oh, okay.
I do remember the way.
Very well. I will admit the idea of seeing that tree bloom does give me some hope. Even when I was young, it bore no leaves or feathers, or it has always been bare.
This land has been long overdue a new beginning. And all of its denizens deserve it. Your people no less than the rest.
Very well. You will go with my blessing. You would see Brunhilde give a very slow nod.
All right. Well, on to the next thing. Yuria, could you explain to her what it was?
She'd
What?
draw her hand back. There is more.
Yes, there is more. Sort of ashamed to be adding it as an afterthought, but you should be aware that there is corruption near your coven. We believe, a fragment of the terror sinking that has sunk into, more than likely, a corrupted tree or an ant that has been lumbering nearby. A horrible creature. We do not see it, but we heard it, and she kind of glances to Cyril, certainly smelled it. Cyril and I had another contact with something like it when we came across an ant being corrupted by it, but not yet gone. He was dying. We thought we could heal him, and we almost left him there after a bit of aid, but... well... through some coincidence with an enchanted spring that I won't get into, Shane was able to deduce that the corruption was much deeper than we gave it credit for, and that it was spreading. Eventually, with the Ent's permission, I burnt him, saving whatever vegetation and animals he doubtlessly would have destroyed had he been left to his own devices. Apparently, he was not the only one. Something out there with a similar corruption is looming. I do not know whether to advise you to attack it or keep your distance. I do not know what it can do, but I know if it is a spawn of the terror, it's nothing good.
It will not stop. Not today, not in a week, not in a month. It will run around and spread its poison until the entire continent is dead. We need to get it.
Nerea sort of knits her brows together. I did not know that such a thing was on my doorstep, but I am afraid you have caught us in a poor time. With the infighting that has been happening, I am confined here. I must oversee my people, ensure that no harm is done to one another, and that punishment is given when it is due.
Why not gather your people and join us on a hunt?
Leave the spires undefended.
Take the ones that are the most contentious with you.
I do not know.
Well, if coming with us is not possible, then perhaps scouts. Some that could pick the trail and keep track of it. See where it goes, where it's going. I think that hopefully we will take on the challenge and see its ending ourselves.
Either way, it does have to be dealt with. Sometimes bonds can be formed in a shared action like that. It's kind of like a little reminder to the story that he told the night before.
Kellen, go ahead and roll me a persuasion roll.
Oh boy. Oh shit.
My lad.
You can see her sort of tapping her foot against the ground again. This is very apparent anxiousness. All of the responsibilities that have come with being a matriarch being pushed upon her shoulders. And given that it had been so recent, there is still the adjustment. You can see her sort of mumbling to herself in a language you don't understand. Who could understand? It would be Alaric. Alaric would be able to understand.
Oh, Celestial.
Indeed. You would hear the sort of mumbling to herself as she's tapping her foot. Perhaps some may die.
It's a shame that he heard, because her doubt and diffidence sets on Alaric's face with guilt. And the language when he speaks it is rather obscene as it comes out of his words. It's just out of his mouth, I mean. It's as though he hasn't spoken it in very many years. And it is with an instinct that he now phrases out.
You don't have to let any of them go with us. We can do it. You've lost enough, way I hear it.
Her head turns suddenly, the mumbling stopping, hearing the celestial. She looks to you. You can see her jaw tense. Speaking in celestial. I worry. We've lost so many. What I rule over now, but a fraction of what we were. But it is better to die as heroes than cowards.
Your people, they stand on a brink, grasping onto this side of the land, desperate almost to exist. And I understand what you're saying. A leader must share the hardships of his followers, of their soldiers, of his subjects. That is how they win their respect. Great leaders do not complain, not ever. But right now, the hardship you must face is to be still. To stand there as you are and find temperance. Let that be the lesson the leadership teaches you. Temperance. There will be other hunts, as more of your own are born, and beasts and enemies come and go. But now, patience, I think, would be best for you and your people.
Speaking in common. I will send scouts to harry it, if nothing else, to keep it contained. I know that there is a village along the river. I will try to keep it from going that far. When you return from the battery, we will hunt it together. Is that satisfactory?
Works for me.
If nothing else, it'll be an honor to fight alongside you.
You have yet to prove yourself to me, so yes.
Ooh, I got him.
Ooh, well,
Just starts sweating.
I will tell you now, I am a professional at disappointing.
Duly noted.
The I'm not a hero Yuria seems to sort of her lips contort in a small scowl, but she doesn't openly object. Just seems a little displeased with being conscripted to once again go after this corruption.
You would look, and out of all the conversations that are currently happening, it's Brunhilde who's looking at you.
When her eyes meets Brunhilde, she kind of realizes the frown, the displeasure, and following her own advice from last night, you would see just as quickly her face would sort of wall up, sort of a placid neutrality, keeping sort of reins on her outward emotions, even though the damage likely has been done.
Seeing your expression sort of settle itself, there's a almost minuscule movement of the head, like a small nod, before turning her attention back to the other conversations. So, you are heading out today then?
I suppose that's for the best.
You suppose?
Unless there's another reason we need to stay.
Well, actually, the way I hear it, Shane has some friends here. Isn't that right, Shane?
Shane, who had been content, sort of enjoying some water and like a little bowl of fruit, once attention is drawn to him, he sort of sputters into his cup. Goes, what's that? Sorry?
Don't you have a friend here? And Alaric looks around. Isn't one of these Aries one of yours?
Yeah. It's her name's Ophilda.
Nice.
Did he like flash his eyes towards her at all?
Towards Siluril
No,
or towards Alfilda?
Alfilda.
She is not here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, currently you have the Elder Sage, which is Brunhilde, and then you have the Matriarch, which is Nerea. These are the two heads of the Ebon Wing. You are in a like a private political meeting.
Well, unless Shane wants to stay, yes, no time like the present. We should go now.
Nerea gives a sort of knowing smirk, seeing Shane sort of shoveling fruit into his mouth.
That boy just don't stop eating.
Yeah, I've sort of realized once he's joined you guys, he sort of became a foodie. Like
He just kind of eats.
he went from having like no food to like now surrounded by food, and he just eats a lot.
He really appreciates
Well-
the fuck out of it.
I mean, yeah, when you're used to like gruel and stale bread, this has been like fantastic.
Absolutely, he's bulking right now.
He's here for the
Yo,
food.
same.
Adventuring is heavy work. He would look to Siluril, his leader. I'm ready to head out whenever you are.
Yes. I suppose we are leaving soon.
All right. I'll if it's all right, I'll go talk to Alfilda and tell her we're leaving.
Take your time.
Thank you.
As much as you need.
I'll make it quick. He would sort of one more bite of fruit as he's like standing up, and then would make his way towards the door. With that, let's go ahead. Let's take a. You know what? We've been playing for a while. Let's go ahead. Let's just meet back at top of the hour.
Oh, lordy. Okay.
Alright. I'm a throw up.
Okay.
Meet back at the top of the hour. For anybody who wishes, you may ask questions pertaining to the game, highlighting them with your channel points. To all the new followers, hello, welcome. I'm the Crown DM. I'm a 5th edition Dungeon Master who runs games in his own homebrew setting, the world of Adis. What you're watching right now is CTF, or Cometh the Fall. It's a high fantasy game. Lots of fantastical things. With little bits of intrigue and monster hunting going on. Why not consider joining the Discord to come hang out with all the cool people who are around, or follow the Twitter for notifications of when I go live. And for the regulars, hey, if you're at all considering supporting the stream, why not consider supporting the Patreon, where you too can get all some of these maps that you see on game for yourself, or handmade maps made by yours truly using Incarnate, or perhaps you want to get some homebrew monsters or magic items and the like. You can get that as well on the Patreon. I will be back. I'm going to go refill my drink.
Wowee, I'm still emotionally exhausted.
Me too. Oh my god.
I see your dead uncle. Oh my god.
Yeah. I still have that heaviness, you know?
Oh my
I
God.
still like the mental image of like Hayne just like going to the door, like knock knock, get in here.
Yeah, like, hey asshole, I've been feeling you out there for a while now. Come here.
Get
Mirana's
in.
eyes widen as she sees Alric's mentor and looks to him and says, "Is your uncle a furry?"
I love the idea of Hayne just knowing Driaskar, you know what I mean? And now they're just two old cranky fucks orbiting Morana.
Oh God, I'm collecting dead old men.
I hope you're ready, because I'm pretty sure Jessica is also like, coward! So you're just gonna hear that, like, every time.
Every time. It's like, I just tune it out. Like, you just follow Marana's day, like, she's brushing her teeth, there's ghosts in the mirror.
Coward.
One of them's like, back in my day, we
Eating
didn't have
breakfast.
fancy toothbrushes, fucking spoiled ass Zoomers.
Kicks them both out of. They're both standing outside of the washroom.
I will not steal Nerea from Reynold. I will not steal Nerea from Reynold.
What?
Do it.
You
Do it.
will.
We need another fucking retainer. Do it. She was badass.
The
Do
love
it.
of God.
Fuck my adoptive dad. Do not fuck my adoptive dad.
Look, Reynolds divorced her ass. Okay, she needs a new. She needs a new.
We have to play
Looks down at
wingman for
dwarf.
the fucking harpy.
I'm
Maid.
gonna get some water.
Is it weird that I want Brunhilde
Marana goes to Reynolds, and then all of a sudden Nerea and Shield just walk out. What?
Is it weird that I kind of want Brunhilde as a retainer? She's kind of based.
You're helping someone be social, which is kind of funny.
That's ironic.
Shilda isn't rizzing shit. She has like a 11 charisma.
He has a low in charisma.
I love you. No, this is Patrick.
Can Marana only see dead humanoid ghosts, or can other sentient dead ghosts follow her around?
Wonderful question. Don't know. She
And-
hasn't yet tried.
And that's how Marana becomes the ghost cat lady.
Woo! Yeah, that is definitely a crown question.
Ashilda didn't even think it was a possibility. So now she's got a lot of thoughts going through her dwarf skull right now.
I am back.
My day's going okay. Got off work early.
Have you guys been answering questions?
Eh,
Very
I've
good.
been back and forth to the pewter.
Some are definitely DM questions.
I'm back. Hello.
Can Marana only see dead humanoid ghosts, or can other sentient dead ghosts also follow her around? I don't imagine she's got like thousands of prairie dogs or something following after her. That would be hilarious, but I don't think she's like a was it Dr. Doolittle or whatever?
Dr. Deadlittle.
So far, it's just been humanoids.
She doesn't know. She hasn't tried.
Just want to thank you all very much for the amazing session. I feel restored, and I'm very much thankful for everyone doing doing amazing. Again, thank you all. Of course, brother. I'm glad you're enjoying the game so far. How do your characters feel about their attempts for the tree? Do they believe they can achieve this feat and bring a new dawn on the section of the world? Was that question answered?
No, it was not.
I think so, no.
How do you guys feel? I imagine more namely Kellen and Alaric.
Yeah, it's gonna be their bag, isn't it?
Well, Alaric has all his eggs in his basket, so to speak. He hopefully portrayed in his conversation when he spoke about the tree and whatnot, their goal. He very much cares. It's not just that he has to do it, it's that he wants to do it. And failing would be an emotional blow at his values and the things he cares about. So he will do his best. He'll go threadbare for it, for sure.
Cautious optimism.
Well, he's sort of growing into that confidence, right? He doesn't feel entirely convinced that he can do it just because he managed to do it once.
Yeah, kind of like how Marana's like, holy shit!
That's
That's
right.
him! That's the guy! Crap.
Also, when he did succeed that time, he was half dead. Actually, he was more than half dead. He was like 90% dead.
Just only 90% dead, you know.
Yeah.
Kellen? Ooh, very well. Is Ashilde into Nerea?
Ashilde's taken back, but that's an option. I said that earlier.
Is the party ready to get turned into fertilizer in this new venture of theirs?
Are we ready? No. Will we try and do our best when it happens? Yeah.
Yeah, natural cycle, DM.
We do not do this because it is easy. We do it because we thought it would be easy.
Correct.
Since Alaric has a knack for communicating with flora and fauna, would he try to speak to the tree once they find it, or would it just be straight up an immediate fight? I assume this is towards the end.
Yes. He will absolutely try to communicate with it. 100%. I mean, he'll try. You don't know what we're going to come up on, right? It might just be an immediate fight. Initiative is sort of out of his hands at that point.
was gonna say, if the corrupted ent rolls up throwing haymakers, I think we're not gonna be talking much.
Yeah. But maybe if, like, as we're fighting it, kind of like what happened with with the queen that we healed,
Agoo.
the bee. Yes. As we fought it, sorry, more of its, like, center and the thing that corrupted it showed itself, and we were able to target it. With that as precedent, Alaric will probably look for the same source that corrupted the bee. He will most likely attempt to save the treant as much as he can. But at the same time, if it's fucking killing us because it's a boss, right? A world boss. Uh, yeah, we might have to just, go all the way.
Alaric, loading Great Hammer with malicious intent. Shame.
Yes.
How's everybody's day?
It's
Minus you first.
as I said earlier, it's okay. I got off work early.
Could have
Pretty
been
good.
better. There was minor food poisoning involved.
I'm gonna go check on Momo. I'm gonna be right back.
Sizzle, are you here? Oh, Sizzle's also gone. Very well. Basilisk Emperor Ghost on the cards. Well, given that he's a demon,
I am not summoning demons.
probably not. Because demons have very particular things that happen when they die. So yeah, probably not. They're not like a normal spirit, right? Anyone know when Marana fed last and how her supplies are doing? Or are we going to see another party turned into a chew toy for the evening should Marana get injured badly enough?
Pointy-toothed popcat emote. I think we ran out of those a little while back. And have not been able to synthesize more. True blood, basically. Just gotta find a bandit or something. No.
Gaming question. Will this corrupted end have parts that can be harvested? Yeah, probably. Or it'll just have loot. Who knows? Smile.
Right back.
Welcome back. How long does Shane's all be quick take? Yeah, he's not going for a quickie, brother. He's just gonna go tell her goodbye.
Does he have a say in the quickie?
Oh my god.
Why isn't he going for a quickie?
We were all like ready to set off at like 1:15, and he's back in like 15 minutes. We're like, what took you? You should be back over there. Go.
We could die. Every time we go out there, we could die. Fuck her now.
Why do I feel like after they deal with the infighting, there's going to be a quote-unquote Night Maiden recruitment drive? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
You'll find out.
I don't think I will.
I mean, you have the potential to find out. Smile. You are a
Yeah.
competent fighter, after all.
DM, yes. How long does Shane's I'll be quick take?
He's literally just gonna go say goodbye and get a kiss. That's it.
You're lying. You're lying.
I'm not
You're
lying. I'm not lying.
Lies.
Why would I lie?
What if she rolls persuasion on him?
What if she-
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
my
yeah,
God.
yeah.
Oh, I mean, they're not going right now. I could probably stick around for a while.
Yeah, what if she starts like telling him, "Hey, you don't have to, why don't you take a break, Shane? Look at this cushion. Look at all this food. Look at me. My big fat wings. Why don't you stay, Shane?
You know, one of these days you're going to have to pick between Silveril and me, right?
What? What the fuck? Duty or love? I love my horses. No, dumbass. Her or me?
Me just having a brain lag moment. What the fuck does that mean? Wait a minute, what?
I have a new old pump up song for D&D, by the way.
Nice. What is it?
Yeah, I'll post it for you. It's a cover of an old anime song.
God, Twitch really just be doing a fuck ton of ads. And it seems like my OBS is constantly like, hey, ads. Hey, more ads coming up. Hey, more ads.
Oh my god, 90 seconds.
Adders.
too.
I posted it in CTF Talks.
Oh god, this guy.
Mm-hmm. I loved this song before. I love it even more now.
So, when are you gonna make Nerea one of our retainers?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, no, fuck that. When are you gonna make Hilda a retainer?
Brunhilde a retainer?
Yeah, that's fucking
Also
good.
not.
Fuck.
I'm afraid they're too high CR.
Yeah. Fuck.
But you could get a sage retainer. You could get a warrior retainer.
Well, Juria,
They're-
start ripping up.
They're also like leaders of their people, so imagine they just can't go gallivanting around.
However, should you guys get like a keep or something like that, they could become like advisors. Like they can come watch your keep, sort of build relations that way.
We have
Oh,
a
yeah.
rookery for them to land.
And we wouldn't need them to come as envoys, so they can bring Shane's girlfriend with us.
We leave. We come back like a year later. So we have a keep, and like most keeps, we need taxes.
Death.
They would
That's
just
the
look at
thing
us like, what the fuck are taxes? Leave.
That plunges the South into war. That's the thing, taxes. It's not the monsters, it's not the incursions from
Look at
other
the roads
areas.
we can build.
The moment the fucking taxman comes with his shitty little car, war.
Dinny.
Yup.
Got here late, but how many Night Maidens accompany the party in this hunt? Would it be the Elder Sage and Array that joins them? Probably. You wouldn't suffer the ad issue if you subscribe to the I appreciate that, brother. But also, while Twitch ads are numerous, and I do apologize for them, your support would go much further over on the Patreon. Night Maiden lore question. How long does a Night Maiden child gestate? I don't believe I've worked on specifics like that. To be
Well, why
decided.
not?
Are they an egg?
I don't
Smile.
believe so.
You guys ready to see Fenrir and Heidel's shit out an egg? Let's
I'm
go.
pretty sure eggs are for harpies because they've given into the more bestial side.
Damn it.
We'll just go
They
fuck
have
a harpy.
become unto like chicken.
What?
You said damn it.
No, not about that. I'm just reading something.
Yeah,
Does
okay.
that mean you can cook a harpy's egg and eat the worst omelet ever?
Technically, yes.
Nice.
You can
Can't wait
also
to go
sell
do
them,
some.
but yes, you can eat them.
Can't do wait to do some war crimes.
That would be incredibly fucked up.
Super.
But
fucked
also,
up.
think about the scrambled mass of egg you could get out of that.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's a 5-party meal.
Hell yeah.
You go
Yeah.
to find Shane and tell him like, hey, we need to make breakfast. And the idea is he's still asleep, and you just see like this basket of large eggs. You're like, huh, perfect. And you walk out. Shane's like, where's my kids?
No, again, harpies. Harpies lay eggs.
I know that, but that was not the joke. Damn it,
Fool.
fool.
Actually, I believe his. No, his plus.
Does that mean that Hydro could lay an egg while raging?
No, because you're not a harpy.
Okay.
We are back, but I'm taking just a little bit longer because I forgot to adjust something. Okay. I had to adjust Shane's character sheet because Shane got his level 5 ability.
Yo.
Yay.
He got Warrior's Heart. Shane, as an action, can spend or can use Warrior's Heart, which allows him to make 2 signature attacks with his javelin or with his round shield. And if he lands both hits, he'll regain a health level.
Bitchin'.
That's a trap.
A trap? What?
Yes, Silveril, throw Shane into danger. He could get his life back. Smile.
He's meant to. You're meant to throw him into combat.
Can we make him a
Oh,
tank?
no.
Yes, he literally has a 19 armor class. He is a frontline fighter with the ability to
Shane.
shield other people, to regain hit points.
Me running in with Shane, the sorcerer, and the retainer. Yeah, 19 AC! Gets the shit kicked out of us.
Also, you guys
Peter
have
Griffin.
Death's Door now. He doesn't get knocked unconscious. He goes into Death's Door.
I don't know what that
What
means.
is that?
So what
Smile.
did we decide what Spare the Dying does now?
Yes.
That's nice. Now let's go back to whatever the fuck that. What's Death's Door?
I told you about this already. I talked to you about it.
I was streaming.
Can I take a crack at explaining it just to see if I got it right, DM?
Sure, go for it.
So Death's Door now, instead of going down and falling unconscious while you roll death saves, Death's Door allows you to stay up. You're still standing, but if you want to take any sort of action, say your main action, your bonus action, your movement, shit, even your reaction, if you want to use any of that, it will incur an exhaustion point. I'm not sure how many exhaustion points you can accumulate a turn. Maybe you get an exhaustion point per decision that you take. Like if you want to use your main action, your bonus action, your movement, your reaction, you could potentially get 4 exhaustion points in your Death's Door turn. And if you get a hit while you're at Death's Door, I don't think it's 2 death saves you fail. I think you fail 1.
Mm-mm. Okay.
No, it's 2?
No. So when you drop to 0 hit points, instead of going unconscious and skipping your turns, instead you still act on them. What you do is you enter Death's Door. At the start of your turn, you roll a death saving throw as you would normally. So natural 20 brings you out of Death's Door. Natural 1 still counts as 2 death saving throw failures. On your turn, you can only use your action, bonus action, or movement. Once you take one of these actions, your turn ends. If you are attacked while on Death's Door, you do not take automatic death saving throw failures like you used to. Instead, you are forced to roll a death saving throw for each attack you take, or each attack you take or effect you are hit by. So only if you are hit do you roll a death saving throw. For each attack you do take on Death's Door, you suffer a -1 to each death saving throw failure you make, or attempt you make for those attacks. So if you get hit twice, that's a -2. It then resets the next time you get hit. However, while on Death's Door, you are still subjected to the normal rules of dying, such as taking damage equal to your total hit points, or powerful effects like Disintegrate. So, if Siluro at Death's Door somehow took 57 points of damage, she would die, just as you would normally dying. If you use your action while on Death's Door, you gain 3 levels of exhaustion. If you use your bonus action while on Death's Door, you gain 1 level. If you use your reaction while you're on Death's Door, you gain 1 level of exhaustion. Movement does not incur exhaustion, but you are at half movement speed. Spare the Dying, if a creature is on Death's Door, you reset their death saving throw failures to 0. So if they have 2 failures, 2 successes, and you cast Spare the Dying, they're now at 2 successes, 0 failures.
I have a question, Liam.
Yes.
Does the damage a person take while at Death's Door accumulate?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not building against your total till you eventually die. You will always make checks. So instead of now, before you would go unconscious and then just skip your turns because you couldn't do anything, now you can actually do things on your turn.
Kind of like retainers in that sense.
What do you mean?
You know how when a retainer takes damage, they roll a dice, like a con save, I believe. And if they fail, you take like one of their band-aids, so to speak, HP.
We also got rid of stunned and paralyzed. We've renamed them and reworked them. So instead of stunned, you become reeling. You still suffer the effects of the stun, but you're still able to act on your turn instead of skipping your turn. So if a creature hits you and you are reeling, your movement speed is halved, and you can only speak falteringly, but you can still use your actions and bonus actions and things like that, just under these conditions. Debilitated replaced paralyzed, so you're still affected by the paralyzed condition, such as attacks within 5 feet of you or crits. You fail strength and dex saving throws. It's the worst condition a player can get, but instead of skipping your turn, you can still act.
Is that written down anymore?
Yes.
Okay.
Don't worry.
That's a lot.
Don't worry. We'll have an essay, a quiz at the end of the game to make sure that you learn about it. So the way that Death's Door works, it'll usually always affect players unless like something like Disintegrate happens, right? Which is a dex save. If you're at 0 hit points, you turn to dust. That's just how that spell works. There are powerful monsters that can go on Death's Door. But your run-of-the-mill monsters die all the same, and you can still stun and paralyze them. Monsters cannot stun or paralyze the party anymore. Instead, you become reeling or debilitated. So if you have an ability that stuns a creature, it goes through. If a monster had an ability that stunned a player, you are reeling. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I'm not hearing any objections. So
I'll get the full rundown on it eventually,
Object this.
soon.
okay.
Fans grab.
I see advantages and disadvantages, but I like it.
Okay. You all are still here within the matriarch's chambers. The conversation having mostly concluded, you have received her blessing to go to the Pale Tree. Shane has gone off to say goodbye to Alfilda. What are you all doing?
Well, Alaric is dying to ask. Having watched Shane go, he sort of veers his attention back to Nerea, and there's a there's a question plain upon his features. This very dubious expression. What's up with Renault?
Ooh. Just like that, permission denied.
She turns her
Lord.
that jovial sort of brevity that had been given is stifled immediately as you say his name, and her head whips towards you. What?
Well, he turns to the table and becomes desperately unsure on how to proceed. He grabs at something, whatever. I hear it. Weren't you two friends?
The way you hear it.
Friend.
From whom?
So-
You would see her now, like, standing taller, wings outstretching a little bit. She's suddenly much bigger.
Ooh, you know, Yuri is finding whatever is in the opposite direction really interesting right now.
DM.
Kellen is backed away and he's like,
I thought we clarified last night.
What's up, Marana?
I'd like to make a stealth roll.
Go for it.
oh shit,
Just vanishes.
oh shit, we can do that.
Poof.
For shits and giggles.
Alaric looks back, the entire party
Disappears.
stealth.
Yeah, it is a desert. It is a desert, and it's just Nerea, and it's Alaric, and as she gets taller and bigger and wider, Alaric shrinks. He gets much smaller, diminishes. The table suddenly feels like a plateau, and he can't reach it as he gazes up to Nerea, or what feels like it. So what happened?
You can see her purse her lips together. I am mostly joking. We talked. We did more than talk, but we talked.
Shalom.
He heaves in relief. Yeah?
He is... He is much different from when I saw him last.
Ooh, lonely and needs all the help.
Are you advocating for him?
I am. He's a great man.
helped us since day one that we got there. Has asked for nothing in return.
Nothing?
Cyril's like, huh?
There's a twitch to Alaric's eye, but he holds onto that.
She sort of eyes you up and down
Nothing.
for a moment. I asked him if he would come back with me. He said that he said that he could not. There are far too many memories, and that he would like to start again. And that if he were to leave, you would have to be coming here to get his aid.
Shit. So it's sort of our fault. Well,
That doesn't sound so terrible.
She raises her brow at Siluro. Perhaps you can convince him next time.
maybe once Morana learns from him, and we've dealt with the troubles down here in the south, maybe he'll find reason to help you and have his hand around here. Give him something to do besides, well, brood.
Perhaps. You can see this sort of like wistful expression, almost like reminiscing, before eventually it would fade away. Well, for right now, he is in Eliond, and I am here.
And I'm sure we'd like to come more often, Shane and all, you know?
Just for Shane's sake,
Any excuse, really. I love the man. He's come so far.
He has certainly grown since the last time I saw him. I take it that you've been very keen on his training. She'd look to Siluro.
Indeed. He trains very hard.
Well, I do have matters I have to attend to this morning, as does Brunhilde. So, you have my blessing. You have free run on the spirits. What else do you need?
Get out of my shop.
Take your small sassy child with you.
How dare you? He's 27.
You get tacked on a few years.
It's either 27 or 14. Which one do you want?
How dare you? 32, him.
Ancient, I see.
Leaving.
Says the woman that's hundreds of years old.
Marana bites her tongue as Kellen says leaving. Clearly there's a joke in mind.
If there is nothing else, then I can have some of my sisters come and guide you to where you need to go. Or at least get you around the spire so that way you're not having to walk.
Can we even walk?
Well, you may. There are stairs and bridges everywhere. But, there are no, railings or anything like that.
I
So-
just need to speak with some of your craftsmen before I leave, but
Very well.
Are you going to buy something, Morana?
not quite.
Well, what are you doing?
Well, offloading some of the venom we collected, for one. And
Oh,
look into having something made.
do they pay with coin around here?
It's not with coin, but supplies.
We are not beasts. We pay with coin.
There's this very nervous look on Alaric as he puts out the possibility.
You are not really good with your words.
I can't believe
At
the
all.
half-orc was more fluent.
Look, I've just got here first time.
And what the first time?
Thank you.
Shares a look with Brunhilde.
Brunhilde is not hiding the smirk that's on her face at the exchanges that are being made. I will call for some of the sisters to guide you to our craftsman. The rest of you have free reign.
Shilda would actually skirt closer towards Brunhilde.
The sort of tall sage, her attention sort of drifts down, seeing your movement. That visored sort of visage now directed towards you.
I have a question. I've seen some of your people's magics and weaving, and I was curious, have you had any success in combining divine and arcane?
Though you cannot see it, there is a sort of quirk to one side of her face. Almost like a brow being raised, as she'd take your sort of appearance in more closely now. To a degree.
I'm working on it, but it's difficult. I didn't cast the same way as other wizards. And I use the same runes, just different applications, even in my divine casting. But I'm trying to get them to work together.
Usually, our magic is taught as more of a channeled thing, drawn from one's own essence. Yours appears to be more learned. I do not know if your connection is innate.
I couldn't really learn the right way, even in Arias. I had to adapt my own.
Well, perhaps in the future, should you return again, you can sit in on some of our sessions.
Is Brunhilde the one that I gave the charm to before I left?
I believe so.
Okay.
She's one of 3 of the Night Maidens I've named, so I believe so.
Okay.
Well, options are limited.
If your reseeding of the plant or the Ela tree is successful, then perhaps as well we can show you some of our rituals for coming of age. We do have a number of sages who are on the cusp.
I'd very much like to see that and learn.
So be it. I do have matters I also need to attend to this morning, so I will be off.
All right.
With a nod to all of you, and her focus sort of lingering on Yuria for a moment.
It's a quiet look back, sort of a silent observation. At this point, she'd have the helmet on, sort of ready to go.
She'd eventually sort of shift the wings on her back, and once she would arrive at the door, you'd watch as they'd splay out entirely. And with one sort of swoop, she's in the air, and she goes.
Goodbye. Sorrel waves.
Only they could teach that.
Have you tried?
Flying?
Asking if they could teach you.
I believe I lack a few select limbs in order to be able to.
Hmm. Alright. I guess you will always stay in the no category then.
In the what category?
The category of no! She says loudly.
I mean, there are some mages that can fly. It's just not usually smart in certain situations. You know, you're up there and then you get snatched out of the air and plummeted to the ground, or
What? How many people do you know that fly?
Look, I have seen a lot of crazy things just by being around all of you.
You are a crazy thing. Out of everyone, you have wings. Sometimes.
you've never seen a
Possible.
you've never seen a
Ugh.
mage fly.
She elbows her.
There's a little like rub at the arm as she gives like a shield a narrow of the eyes. I can't say I know many mages. Even fewer who float. I'm not from Orias, after all.
No, but I was in Orias with enough Caressians to know that you ain't lacking magic over there at all.
You should also know then that magic is highly regulated.
Regulate.
Yes, registered, regulated.
No.
watched
What
over.
does regulated mean?
Basically, if you're not sponsored or go to school to the point where they know you're able to cast a kind of constable type cast of mages will come and ask you a few questions.
It means the Empire is efficient at keeping track of things that go beyond the mundane. Caresso does not have nearly as many random enchanted springs as Tyros seems to be littered with. Your Etinmore, in a lot of ways, is untamed, not just in the woodlands, but... well, I've never seen a unicorn until I came here.
What about
In-
giant toads?
Or giant toads.
In some ways, you're a unicorn to us.
But
Yuri.
what about Thunderboars?
Thank you. What? No, stop. Okay, no. your wildlife is not the same halfway across the world. I mean, we do have pigs, but they're not like that. Not where I come from.
Oh, how do your pigs look like?
Pigs.
What?
They just look like pigs.
I have matters to go tend to.
Kind
You
of
may stay here if
exaggerated.
you wish, but
I thought you were gone.
no, that was my sister that left.
Looks over at Noria. What are you still doing here?
This is my fucking room. She would eventually leave. Leaving you all at the tallest point of the spires.
So what you're telling me, Yuria, is
You can already see
your
Yuri
chickens have no magic to them whatsoever.
preemptively like pinching what would be the bridge of her nose, but it's more like rubbing against the face of her helm.
Zora would poke, like, where her nose would be on the helmet. She just
Ah.
goes, bing.
I'm being bullied.
You're not being bullied. I've got questions.
About chickens.
Well, we have a certain type of influenced animals around here, and you're saying there's none of that over in Carreso.
Should I ask her about the pigs?
Oh my gods. You know I'm only from a certain part of Carreso. It's not the entire continent that I am aware of. I'm sure there's mythical beasts there. It's
Are
just
your pigs mystical?
No. Good gods. The woods are, not in the fun way either.
Yeah, I was
What
about
is
ready
the
to
fun
say,
way?
what are the animals like in Shademore?
Wild. We have an excellent breed of hound. Fast buggers. They don't live if they're not.
Ooh, I think I've seen them. Big jowls, right?
What?
Big faces.
How could you have possibly have seen a Shademorian hound?
My city lives in the coast, Yuri. I've seen a lot of things.
You see her kind of like scratch the side of her head. Not really sure where like Kareem is on the map.
Well, another thing to note as well is that if a dog breeder's been around for a while, it wouldn't be uncommon for them to have been bred and then sold to other places.
Okay, well, for
Much
those
like how
of you-
like German shepherds or other type of like foreign dogs have eventually just sort of made themselves worldwide.
Also, I'm taking a leap and assuming you're talking about mastiffs.
Oh, good God, no, I don't think so. No, I was thinking more like a more sturdy greyhound, actually. Light, nimble, quick, easy,
Oh,
able to run.
like a whippet,
Yeah, but probably I don't know what a whippet is.
basically.
It's like a greyhound, but a lot more tremble.
Yeah, probably. Let me look. This is obviously very important.
Yeah, I think they're sighthounds.
Yeah, probably like that. Yes. Yeah, smaller than an actual greyhound, more down to the earth, not quite as like fragile.
I love that.
Yeah,
Like really skittish, incredibly perceptive.
extremely.
dog.
Much like the
Yeah.
people.
That's right.
You've bred anxiety into a dog.
You're welcome. We've also bred anxiety into people.
Yeah, but dogs
Mad.
matter more.
The anxiety keeps them alive. Most of the time, or it just makes them die at a younger age. But it also keeps them alive. Ain't no Wendigo gonna eat my goddamn dog, that's for sure. No, we.
What the fuck?
What nation has Welsh corgis? Which nation is that ridiculous?
No, after sort of like, what? After kind of like correcting Alec and sort of like explaining what the Shademorian hound breed looks like, she kind of just like sigh. I could explain all of Careso to you. No more than I could explain Tyros to them. This place really is very different.
Well, I mean, we have time. Shane will probably be back after like 7 hours.
I, for one, would love to hear about it.
All right. Oh. She kind of glances around, seeing that supposedly all eyes are on her.
I think Murata would have dipped.
Marana don't give a shit.
I got shit to do.
Right. Right, well, it's... Well, in a lot of ways, it is kind of like the Dietmore. It is a swamp. Sort of a mix between bog and dense forest. Not nearly as many open fields, I would say. Majority of it is shaded in the wood. Hence the name. Many areas almost receive no light from the canopy. Those are the places you avoid. She kind of scratches the back of her head. I lived most of my life on the estate. Behind walls. But the main city where most live, well, it's been more industrial of late, but I'm told that before my father took over and sort of revolutionized the place, it was a lot more backwater, like a very large Aram's ferry, I would say. Now, though, with the introduction of tools and my father's unique way of importing coin from the Witchlight Coast, it has brought about a sort of grim renaissance there. And what was once dirt has now been paved, and walls have been fortified, districts laid out, and the guilds have grown, both in size and power and coin. Everyone respects the silversmiths, even my father to some degree. Anyway, Morkadav is where most live, but there is also halfway, a place along the old road that sort of marks the center point of Shademore. It's not quite as well built, acting more as a home away from home for hunters and a rest area for travelers. It marks where the paved area, or what was paved of the old road, and the dirt sort of shift. The legions thought to pave their way to Morkadav through the Shademore, but they gave up halfway. Too much work, I guess, too many resources. So, midway has also become known as Legion's Folly. Outside of the majority of the wood, there is Shademore is bordered by two mountain ranges, which the northern one hosts the prominent... She kind of clears her throat and mutters, Corpse Cart Mines.
The what?
Oh, you know, Corpse Cart Mines.
That's
Well,
cute.
of course, Ghost got mine. She not.
Right. Well, I mean, that's sort of the basic terrain. That's really notable. There's not too much there. It's sort of a massive peninsula that juts out of. Oh God, I forgot the wood elves' fucking country.
Benosia.
Venosia. Thank you, God.
It is
And I believe-
where the last flame is.
I believe the surrounding forest is also called the Ironwood.
Correct.
It's wet and cold. You can see you're kind of struggling to just like come up with more out of the blue, unguided.
You're doing great.
Is there anything else that might spark your interest about my home?
You never once talked about the pigs.
The pigs? They're pigs. They're boars. They eat shit. They live in shit. And they're turned into bacon when they die. What more do you want to know?
Well, you said they were different.
They're not nearly as big as your pigs. They're more normal.
But you do understand that what is normal for us is not normal for you.
What is normal for you is freakishly large.
And hairy.
Who keeps track of those massive things you refer to as boars that you sent back to Elion and had me paint on and talk to like they were some sort of mates?
We don't necessarily turn them into food either. We use them to work the earth, to eat, well,
How don't
shit,
they?
yes.
I'm surprised they don't eat you.
Well, that's because, well, I'm far too large. For
Our
one.
pigs look like, I don't know. She kind of rattles her head. Morix brood, or was it Orgo?
Morg.
How big is Alaric? How many pounds?
How many pounds?
Mhm.
Oh God.
Character defining moment.
Yes. I would say that Alaric probably weighs around 300 and 400 pounds.
I mean, there are rumors of pig men, but that's just story.
Closer to 400 than 300.
That's a story. Nobody pays attention. Wait. I sometimes hear hunters talk to us about something called swine country, but I think they're just drunk.
Well, how do they look physically?
Okay. I'm going to put a pause here.
Yeah, good.
as we follow Murata.
Oh.
She dipped during the first iteration of the boar conversation.
Hey man, I'm like the pseudo druid of the party. Like, come on.
16 starved pigs would eat through about 200 pounds of food in 6 minutes.
I very gently cast silence on Ashilde. Shut. Marana.
Howdy.
Making your way down the spires, are you taking the assistance of any of the sisters who would fly you around, or are you just walking?
No. I'll take the assistance.
Okay.
We're probably leaving shortly, so no sense in making the walk any longer.
Understood. You'd eventually find your way towards the sort of like crafting spire here, where a lot of like the sort of smiths are, a lot of the leather workers, everything like that. And you would find, though, in given the recent incidents that have happened here within the Ebon Wing, you would find that they have lost a number of their craftsmen. So it is sort of there are some journeymen that are here that are capable of crafting, and then there are a lot of apprentices that are needing to basically brute force and learn how to become journeymen through like the sort of wisdom of others.
They're like all like group projecting like one thing, put all
Indeed.
of our brains together.
You would meet the weaver, who would be a sage. Her name is Donia. And what are you attempting to do?
Well, I think Marana is going to show her the Ettercap spinnerets that were collected, all 5 of them, and kind of get them appraised by like, hey, can you work with this? What can you do with this? I'm looking to have some of the silk made into something, not something too big or too complex. And if there's extra, sell the rest.
Thankfully, you arrived today because this is when it expires.
Yep.
Though it expires in about closer to the evening, so it is still fresh enough for her to work with. You are wanting.
Like what could she feasibly make out of, like each spinneret?
Each spinneret, it would be multiple spinnerets to make certain things. For example, she could take 2 spinnerets and probably make you a silk rope.
That's 50 feet of rope? Jesus.
Once it is, you got to remember, it's lighter and it's thinner than hempen rope. So the big thing is sort of stretching it out.
I was thinking more, perhaps an accessory or clothing item.
So, John?
Well,
She pauses and thinks for a moment.
He doesn't wear very many fancy clothes, but he does.
She pauses, just thinking for a moment.
That visored expression sort of watching you very closely.
And I think for one, she would kind of explain for like a pocket square or like handkerchief of some kind. And for the other, kind of something that's in between like a sash and a scarf. Like it's not full length, but it could be worn as like a short scarf, or it could be like tied up into like a small kind of like neckerchief necktie sort of thing.
I think with having 5 spinnerets, she'd be able to make both of those things and turn the remaining 2 into silk rope for you. Or potentially just buy them outright.
Oh, okay. Let me just see. Oh, I don't have any rope anymore, so that actually would be useful.
And it's special rope.
Yeah, what would be the essentially the cost to for the labor?
Ooh, for the labor.
Because that's going to depend what happens.
Okay, give me just a moment. I have a little calculator that does this. Okay. To have all of this made, to get all of this done, and given that you are friends of the Night Maidens, sorry, hold on.
Holding.
Sorry, I asked a money question.
Fool.
I did.
She would charge about 8 silver.
8 silver, so that's... Try to figure Oh, it's 100 copper to a silver now. Shit. Okay.
Correct. In terms of money, you have about 19 silver, 65 copper, because if you were to convert 200 copper to silver.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
You can also sell the poisons to get
Oh, yeah.
more money.
Yeah, I was going to say the poisons are absolutely being sold.
Okay. Then let's say you sold those first. To
Yeah.
get some money. Hold on. Okay, how many poison glands do you have?
I got 3.
vials? Well, you would be paid 30 silver for those.
Yeah, okay.
Well, shit.
Guys, we need to kill more Ettercaps. Fuck.
You need to kill and harvest more monsters and loot things so I can fucking give you money. Jesus Christ.
Alright,
Hey, that's
kind of
what I did.
aggro.
I was going to say, that's what I did last time. I got into the monster guts and pulled them out.
More!
Alright, I'm working on it. But yes, so those get sold and those get removed from the monster parts.
Indeed. So you're
And then,
down to 25 for your monstrous parts. 25 weight.
yeah, because those were the light parts. But,
Indeed. Ettercap poison, when refined, gives you a very, very potent mixture that the vials are what, or like the glands are useful, but they can be refined to become so much more. So in the future, you can attempt to refine it into actual poison, to potentially sell it for more, because the raw materials are cheaper compared to the actual poison, given everything you have to mix it with.
yeah. I don't know how to do that yet, but work in progress.
Indeed.
So yeah, in that case, when speaking with Donya, absolutely, we'll just pay the 8 silver to have those converted. So 39 silver.
Okay. Down to 39 silver.
And when she explains about the essentially the scarf and the pocket square, she asks for them if possible, to be in. She kind of pulls out some of her like old outfit that she wore from Mulgrove and kind of points out like the colors, like the dark gray and black, and then that kind of like almost brassy goldenrod hue than a lot of the stitching.
Okay. For customization like this,
Yeah.
for dyes and everything like that, because dyes are pretty important. I'd say she'd charge about another 3 silver on top of that.
That's okay. So yeah, 36 silver.
Okay.
And like, and an attempt at like, because like on her portrait or character picture at least, like her brooch has like almost like a small starburst. She would like that in like the corners of the pocket square.
Okay.
Again, we're making it very Malgrovian.
Indeed. Okay. Yeah. She wouldn't charge any more for complexity because she already likes you guys. So no upcharge or anything like you would get with a like a artisan who doesn't know you. So you're getting everything about half off, close to like 65% off on most things.
Yeah, nice. But yeah, just those customizations on those objects.
Okay. You would learn that all of this she could, given that she doesn't have like any other major work to do, she would be able to get this to you, or rather, it would be finished on around. Given that you're giving it to her today, 8 hours of labor. She'd be able to have everything: the silk rope, the handkerchief, and the scarf. Well, actually, the scarf. I'm gonna say she'd have everything available for you on the 11th.
Well, I know it takes like 2 days to get to the freaking Pale Tree and back, so yeah, that's amenable.
Okay. Then the deal is done. Please place in your notes that on the 11th of Rain's Wrath, Donia will have your commissioned items.
Excellent, already in there.
Perfect.
The 11th is like 5 days away, isn't it? 4.
It's the
4
7th
days?
right now.
Yeah, so it's like 4 days plus today. Yeah.
Saturday, 7 of Rain's Wrath.
Morana is confident enough that she's like, my ass is definitely coming back here to pick all this shit up.
Good.
And that's the last of the monstrous parts out of my inventory. Yeet.
Perfect. Yeah, you can go ahead and delete that.
Oh, I don't want to edit it. I would like to delete it. Oh. Ugh, that's so much lighter.
Yes, that's 28 pounds off of your shoulders.
Just like rolls her shoulders a little, like, oh.
Okay.
But hey, got more coin. Yeet.
Indeed. Stepped away with some more money. Is there anything else the party would like to do before we gather once again and transition to the Hexcrawl map? It is currently 1:18 in the afternoon.
I got nothing.
Prepare to leave, sir.
Okay. If there's nothing else. So, given how late into the day you are, you'd be able to travel 2 hexes.
With Kellen leading, right?
Yes.
Gotcha.
We know our destination is the Pale Tree.
Your train.
Alrighty.
Okay. Gathered up, everybody returning now once more. I do believe, actually, yes, the rain would have stopped during that night. Okay. Gathered together and escorted out back into the to the living world. You are seen off by Nurea and some of the other warriors who would wish you the best of luck on your journey and hope that you succeed. Kellen, please pick the next hex. And who is perceiving?
Okay.
I can perceive.
Okay, D12 roll and perception check, please. Okay. One moment. Are we keeping that 3?
We did technically rest in a sanctuary.
Correct.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and do it again. Why not?
Okay, go ahead and spend a charge.
Jesus Christ. Yep.
I assume we're taking the 3.
Yeah.
Okay,
My luck holds.
stand by. Coast. Oh, buddy, as you're traveling.
Wah, wah,
I
wah.
like your tone, partner.
As you're traveling, actually, I need to, just because it's funny. Let me double check something.
Because it's funny.
Hilarious.
As you're traveling, and sort of following, you would note that there is the obvious cliff sides that you had traveled before. The sort of elevated positions here with the numerous beaches that had sort of lined the bottom. Alaric, you would catch the movement as the evening was beginning to descend upon the party. Just well into the evening, you would catch the movement of rather large figures. There appears to be about 6 of them sort of huddled together on the beach. You're about 40 feet up from them.
Ooh.
Roll me another perception check.
Yes, sir.
20. As you sort of steer away from the party for a moment and look down at the beach, taking a moment, it gives you pause. You haven't seen shapes like this in a long time. Your memory wanders for a moment. And as the figures see the movement along the ridge, you would see them begin to skitter,
They spot us, huh?
making their way back towards the water. But you can't help but think, maybe it was a trick of the eye, but that giant crab looked like it was wearing a shield on its head.
Oh
my
no.
God.
Oh,
No. Oh my god.
They would
Yeah.
retreat into the ocean.
Yeah, as as Alaric sort of realizes with this discerning look, as the crab, like the crustacean shape, begins to sort of dawn on him. Every second that passes, it seems to strip like vitality and moisture off of his face until his expression is just pinched in horror. And he doesn't say anything. He just watches.
Understood. The giant crabs depart, having been scared off with the sound of approaching figures.
No.
That's Uria's champion. Why didn't you say anything?
Yes, when we're having
Uh,
fun. Something wrong, Alaric? You look constipated.
He holds himself by a tree.
Fuck.
He'd mentioned it to the party.
Oh.
Now you've done it.
A giant crab with a shield on its head. The hell?
It had the shield. You remember the shield, Yuria?
Yuri is standing bolt, like spine rigid as she looks to where Alaric had observed the crabs as if she could find her champion.
Looking out, you would only see the inky black sea. Perhaps one day, the champion and his mistress will be reunited.
I'm going to make soup out of that thing if I see it again.
You wouldn't dare.
Yes, I will. You don't
Okay.
remember? It
I
ate
remember.
things.
It helped us.
Wasn't it forced? Didn't you force it?
For us?
Yes. You talked to
Actually
it with
not.
your weird
I
Yeah, you
mental
can't do that.
control thing you have. Where you say words and people are compelled to do
No,
shit
no,
they'd
no, no,
rather
no,
not
no,
do.
no, no, no. No,
Oh.
I had the mark of the Sahagin upon me. And that allowed me to speak to it, to, you know.
No, I don't.
Oh, well, that's a shame.
See,
You know.
Wait. You all were in jail with Sahagin?
That's a long story.
Alright, later days.
What's
Wonder.
what's
Oh.
Sahogan?
Aquatic people.
What's that one?
Oh dear.
She thinks. Fish people.
Fish people.
They-
That's a thing?
Yes.
Are you honestly surprised, having wandered with us for so long?
I mean, but the water is, I mean, it's full of like scary things. Why would you want to live there?
Yes, and one of those scary things are the tribal aquatic people of the Sahagin who live beneath the sea, with their massive city that didn't it float away.
Shane's eyes blink
Kind of see her
independently of
kind
one
of like
another.
try to like remember, like as if this has been years ago and not just a few months. Yes, they had a city, or some, they called it a city. Their living abode, massive. We only got a glimpse of the structure when we met them. Supposedly they've gone on, but she kind of looks out into the inky sea. But apparently remnants of them still remain. those crabs, sort of their assistants. She seems to almost sigh wistfully.
A better time.
They are not your friends, Shane. If you see one, they'll try to eat you.
Oh, he's just mad because one almost snipped him in half.
They can
Yes.
snip people in half.
They are
Oh,
rather
absolutely.
large.
They grab you with one of those things and they will just
Like-
crunch you up.
Alric, you've thrown yourself in bit greater dangers than the crabs at this point.
Are they bigger than the Emperor?
No, definitely not.
Oh, all right.
See? You're willing to talk to giant boars that could gore you with a fucking shrug of their head, but the crabs are too much for you.
Boars are my friends, first of all. The fucking
So
crabs,
good
I've never
friends.
seen crabs like that before.
You've
what
never-
am I No, I have not.
On the other hand, you did destroy one with like a single swing, which was pretty impressive.
I believe this is the line. This is where things are absurd. Not the giant pigs, not the giant toads. No, the crabs are out of here for Alric.
Let me stop you there for a minute, okay? I can speak to the boars. If I open my mouth, the crab spits bubbles at me.
That hardly even sounds dangerous.
This is the word of God. You can actually talk to crabs. They are considered beasts.
Right, but I've never had Alaric try to speak to a crab, so he. And
You're-
when he met the crab, he couldn't speak to it. So as a matter of perspective, all he got were bubbles and then attempted murder.
Then Gallagher'd it across the floor.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yuria folds her arms and gives Alric a very unimpressed look as he mentions that them spitting bubbles like this is some sort of great, terrible thing they do.
Some insta-kill ability.
You were there.
We'll say, by the way, we'll say this conversation's happening while you guys are setting up camp.
All right.
Oh yeah, food, huh?
Mm-hmm.
We only,
Oh yeah, food, huh? Yeah.
we only moved one square though, didn't we? We said we just 2 squares today.
Okay. Alaric doesn't get his proficiency bonus. You guys are well fed.
Come on.
I mean, unless
Guys, I'm trying to get my papers here.
whatever we want to do.
11 sis? How about 11 sis?
You're all growing lads and ladies. Come on.
What are we doing? What are we even babbling about?
What's one cook utensils check? Among friends.
I mean, it is technically like 11 p.m. at night.
We moved 1 square and it's 11 p.m.
You guys left at like 2. It's 8 hours per hex.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. I guess we can.
And it takes an hour to set up camp.
It's
Don't
fine.
fucking me.
We'll camp here. Jeez.
Oh.
Maybe we should have continued.
You
With
shouldn't have made fun of
food
those
wide
crabs.
open.
I would say that is a 5, so that meets the threshold of poisonous. It is poisonous.
Everybody looks, it's bubbling.
It's not just bubbling. Every fissure across it is like an opening for like steam to flow out. Like mud flaps.
You hold it and you
Everyone-
can feel the bowl rattle in your hands.
Trying to escape.
Oh, Something's coming. Something that doesn't know mercy.
Here he is, guys.
Indigestion.
Yes.
Alaric has just concocted Taco Bell.
Yuri's got this
Yes.
like bowl of something in her hands, and she kind of like side eyes Shane, see if he is dead
Don't side eye
yet.
him.
Side eyeing Shane as
he-
sort of like
Rests the water skin on his lap. He's spoon in, takes a bite, and sort of chews for a moment. And goes, "Ah, man, can you use a bit more salt?"
he's chewing soup.
Right, but salt is like cheat, you know?
Nah.
I'm just saying it's like some of the bits in it are they're a bit like hard. They don't really have that much
Chewy.
flavor.
They are a bit chewy.
That one. I
You're
I like it. It's
Uh,
it's alright.
Very good.
If I could just
Alright.
get a bit of salt, if that's okay.
Some salt? Alright,
Yeah, that's
I mean, I
alright.
have the bag over here if you want it.
Yeah, please, if you be as kind.
Would you like the whole bag?
Oh no, just like a pinch.
Look, a tooth.
Little pinch. All right.
Yeah.
Little pinch.
It don't
Alric.
need much.
2 fingers pinch worth of salt for Alaric. Is
Fucking
Yeah.
dusting the
God.
top of his
just schlop.
And he goes,
Say when.
oh, all right.
It has like buoyancy on his stew for like 5 seconds before it just gets wicked into the stew.
Yeah, you'd watch as he'd have to like press down, creating this ravine in it that slowly folds in on itself.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Shilda would try
You know, it's like
but
this frothy paste, right? So it takes a
Absolutely.
bit, yeah.
yeah.
Shilda trying to make strides in the essence of friendship would try a bite, and then if it was horrible, go to the rations instead of just going to the ration first.
Shane eating, sort of chewing, watching everybody else's reaction.
I put the spoon. She puts the spoon to her mouth. How bad is it?
It's a 5.
Which is not a 3, by the way. Huge difference. I like to add.
But it's
You would see her face sour, and her stomach would turn, and then her dwarven poison resistance would go into effect, and she'd look at him and she'd be like, "I tried it, but it's not your best. I'm going to have a ration."
What? But I already have food here.
I don't think I'm hungry anymore.
Oh, my. I'll have your bowl, Miss Yuri, if you're not hungry.
Yelia, eat. And she'd presti it without, like, calling any attention to it.
Hey, pressing may change the flavor. Doesn't get rid of the texture.
Yeah, she's
Hey.
looking down at this slop. Like worse than like the prison slop. Actually, the prison stuff.
Prison food
like,
was good.
actually pretty decent. Where
You
they
guys were
not-
treated very well at Hayden's Keep with the
She's-
cooks.
It almost makes her wish that she could go back. Looking at this, there's this moment of regret ever escaping.
You would see a thoughtful look on Shilda's face, trying to think about how to be honest without being mean. Takes her a couple minutes. Alaric, as you did try, I'm not a fan of the texture.
Okay.
Yuria
well-
tries.
One at a time. Who's going?
Yuria.
Yuria tries to use shape water on it to sort of like siphon out but it's too globular.
Yeah, there's no moisture.
Yeah.
Somehow,
Oh.
it's a non-Euclidean like thing.
Oh.
Need yourself some like shape gelatin in order
All right,
to.
everybody. All right. Who's eating and who's not? How about that?
I think while Ashilda is more or less distracting Alaric, I'm gonna try and sleight of hand, like make the parts of the bowl disappear while eating a ration from like the back of my bag.
Sure. See that sleight of hand check versus Alaric's passive.
With advantage.
No, it's passive. No. He has an eye fix on everyone.
Oh, okay.
There's no passivity here.
Well, there you go. Sleight of hand versus his perception check.
That's right.
Oof.
Ooh. Just when they were starting to get along.
Ooh.
Oh, very good.
See, the issue would be his passive perception at 15.
Ooh.
But he rolled. He was actively looking.
I'll let you guys settle it. This is PvP. I'll let you guys settle it.
I'm fine with that. I like that. I like blissful, like unawareness.
Like Kella just like holds his bowl that's already half eaten out to Marana's and just be like, yeah, okay, you can just dump it there. It'll be fine. I'll be your trash compactor.
Yeah, you find your bowl is beginning to overfill and you're not sure how that happened.
Oh, he knows. He's just gonna eat it anyway.
Yuria, being goaded by Cyril to eat it, would eat it, but it would kind of look like torture. You'd be this sort of like every bite was a trial. occasionally pleading looks would look over to Cyril. Can I be full now?
You have to eat. Come
No.
on.
Another spoonful. A whimper.
It is not that bad.
You must grow to be big and strong, Yuria.
It is not that bad. Come
Ashilda
on.
is just eating one of the exalted rations. Because
What?
she already was honest with Alec
Wow.
about not liking... No, she was honest. She did not like the texture, and she was honest with Alaric about it.
The exalted ration, though?
Do you maybe want to save that for tomorrow? Because when you go to bed, it goes bye-bye. And you're
I
going
didn't
to bed
realize
in
it's
an
when you go
hour.
to bed. Yeah, then I'll just eat a regular ration.
Okay. Make sure you read it.
I just want you guys to know that once we wake up, I will be rolling again.
Is that a threat?
Sounds
Yes.
like it. When he says it like
So
that.
give him a thumbs up.
Hey, is Silver actually eating the food?
Yeah, but it's breastfeed.
Yeah. What does your slop taste like?
It tastes like the most roasted beef roast from Elion's, and it's amazing.
I just want to say that after she gives him that thumbs up, Alaric scoops up his schlup portion, and he'll sit next to her, as he often does, and just eat beside her with this look of contentment.
Yuri doesn't want to contaminate any of the food she actually likes by associating it with this soup, so she just makes it tasteless with Presty.
I mean, if it's, I would almost say if it's slop like this, you'd be better off making it taste like oatmeal. Same texture-ish.
You guys are mean.
Oatmeal adjacent.
Burnt oatmeal.
Okay. For the sake of brevity, let's go ahead. Let's do the sort of the group watches. So let's break out who's going to be first watch.
I volunteer.
I don't know. Silverbill is going last.
I'll go first so I can get unbroken sleep. Usually.
Alaric needs to wash dishes and stuff, so I would... It's be fair to say that he will probably be taking first watch in general.
Okay.
As he sort of cleans after everybody else.
Ashilda will help him with the dishes.
Here it is.
I shall take the final dish. Watch.
She'll help him clean dishes with Presty.
Okay.
Whoa. No. Once she offers to do it with Presty, he'll stop her and explain that this is a ritual. You're supposed to do it with your hands.
Love to roses.
He's a tyrant.
Bill's character.
Real quick, it's Alaric and Ashilde first. Who's second?
I guess myself and Rana again, if you want to.
We could do that.
Who's on third with Silveril?
It's generally Yuria or Shane.
Myself.
Okay. So it'll be Yuria on third and then Shane on fourth. So here's your watches.
Yes.
So who has the lowest perception between Ashilde and Alaric?
Probably me.
Okay. Why don't you roll the perception check then, Ashilde? Okay.
The giggling.
Wow. Okay.
What?
Talk it out.
Loud, slamming footfalls.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, no.
As Ott and another sort of have just stumbled upon your camp. As 1d3, which ended up being 2 Cyclopses, show up.
Uh-oh.
Sort of, you would hear the ooh, and then turn, and they would sort of recognize you. Give me a moment.
That's not a good thing.
Norea. There we go.
Classic.
Okay.
Oh, little one.
You would hear this booming voice behind you.
Oh, hello,
To both him and another Cyclops stood beside him. You can see they're dressed in like sort of makeshift, sort of wide stretched leathers and furs.
Hello.
Hello.
What
Are
are
you
you do-
sleeping?
The others are.
Not anymore.
They might not be anymore, but
Oh. Okay. What are you doing?
we're traveling. We just left Norea's place.
Oh.
The spiders.
Okay.
Bless his heart.
Do you need me to carry anything?
Not today.
Oh. Okay.
She thinks.
You'd see him kick his foot against the dirt and like upheave a boulder.
What?
It's not kicked in your camp, but like kicked into the hills.
Oh.
If only he would kick a certain
Ashilda
tent that we're
thinks for a
hunting,
moment. And are there any other boulders?
Yeah, there are plenty.
Okay, she's gonna be like, hold that thought. And she's gonna pull out a chisel and a hammer and she's gonna make him something with a boulder.
What?
You do not have enough time to make something out of a boulder.
I can't do some fast breaks to make something crude?
You are itty bitty. It's going to take well over an hour.
Well over an
Would
hour.
Alaric help?
Help? How?
I don't know, by substantiating whatever her height doesn't let her do. Accommodating whatever issue she may find based on her height or strength or what have you.
Better yet, what are you trying to carve?
I was just going to make like a crude, like horse shape.
Here's what's going to happen.
Okay.
You are going to roll me some mason tools. The DC for you to be able to make a crude check or make a crude horse in under an hour with Alaric's help. I'm going to set that shit to 16.
Okay.
Roll.
Critical roll.
Wait a minute.
Boom.
Right. The audacity
Oh
of
Very
this
my
bitch.
good.
god.
Very good, very good.
Ignoring your watch and focusing instead to carve a horse out of this boulder, you would find that spark of inspiration, the sort of the familiar feeling of Moraltir's blessing as you drive your chisel and hammer against this boulder. And after an hour, it wouldn't be crude. You would have a fairly decent-sized horse boulder.
A hoarder.
How'd I do, Alaric?
Oh,
If this thing could move, I'd ride it.
Ah, present.
oh, that's very nice. Can I have it?
I made it for you.
Oh, thank you, little one. Oh,
You'd see him reach down to his belt. These massive cords of rope, probably used on ships, now repurposed for him. You'd watch as he'd begin sort of undoing some of them and begin sort of wrapping them around the horse. And you would watch as eventually it would join this collage along his waist, these various parts and knickknacks and trinkets that have sort of gathered there. And he would add this horse.
that is very nice of you. Thank you.
I'm glad you like it all. I tried really, really hard.
We tried.
We tried, and I couldn't have done it without Alaric. I wouldn't have been able to get up high enough.
And I obviously don't know shit about Rook, so it's mostly her.
He would reach a hand down, this massive finger now beginning to encroach. And much like that scene out of Hercules, where the Cyclops sort of like pushes Hercules' chest, it would do that to Alaric, sort of shoving him back 5 feet.
He flies off.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
I'm gonna sit here.
Would you like some stew?
Oh, food?
We don't have much, but we could get you a snack.
That would be very nice.
Okay, DM, could I roll like what I usually use to feed the whole party, make a whole meal just for him?
Yeah, it's
terms
gonna
of
be
what?
about 5 charges.
5 char. Jesus Christ!
I'm a
You know what?
huge creature.
He's a cyclops, my guy.
I eat a lot of things.
We're coming down to 25 then.
My man picked up a boulder and said, "Nice trinket." What did you expect?
I will feed this fucking awesome giant man. 13, everybody.
Okay. I believe
Nice.
10 is the minimum DC
Yes.
to replicate a meal.
And 15 is excellency. You know, just the good
Okay.
shit.
Sorry, hold on.
Boulder.
That horse was better than my little jeweled crow.
Sorry, I was beating the shit out of a spider.
My little
oh.
jeweled raven.
Good.
He sort of, as you would prepare it, making this massive meal, you would watch as he'd pick up the iron pot, sort of like blow on it, and then he'd upturn it.
Yeah, I think it wouldn't just be the pot. It'd be the pot, and then every other available pot. That
Absolutely.
Yes, just hanging on stones and things off of the side. And as he has his first sip, and the cauldron comes down, Alaric very eagerly starts pouring in the rest for like a refill. You know.
Oh, this tastes very good.
Made it just for you.
Oh, you are very nice to us.
Well, you are friends with my family, Siluril, and that really just makes you my friend too.
Oh, Art doesn't have lots of friends.
Well, you have 6 friends right here.
Oh,
Little thumbs up.
oh, thank you.
he'll beam a smile up to him and just pour him another pot's worth.
Oh, this is very good. Is it all right? Because you are my friends, could I tell Trocor about you?
Is that your friend?
Oh no, it's he's my boss.
Your boss.
Oh,
Trollcore is the giant that Ott serves.
uh-oh.
Cyclopses, trolls, ogres are half giants. They are the lowest ring in the ordning. They often serve real giants.
I'd say Alaric would be like, yeah, sure. Tell whoever you want.
Oh, okay. Can I get that last little bit, please?
Ooh, there's even a little bit more over here. Hold on.
Oh,
He'll scoop up the rest of the pods and just go about very calmly pouring them out, and with the big ladle he'll mix them out better for him, more evenly.
thank you.
Dear,
Enjoy.
what was the name of the
Trollcore.
Trollcore?
His name is this.
Ah.
Ooh, very metal.
Because you have provided 2 gifts to Ott, Ott is going to watch your camp, so none of you have to take watch. This is a free night.
Nice. Well, after cleaning all the dishes and whatnot, Alaric will go to sleep. And he won't wake anybody up.
Don't worry about anything. Ott will keep you safe.
Thank
Well, thank you all.
Thank you again for the horse. It's very nice.
Just so you know, the way that I pictured her doing it within the hour is kind of like very, the cartoony whenever they chisel something really quick.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like that.
I was also imagining Alaric using Verdict to like break off big chunks.
Yep. And with Stone Reaper, he'd be scooping out like any gravel pockets in the boulder and making room very quickly so she can get down to chisel it.
Perfect.
It's a good thing too, because I'm sure all that noise makes sure no one was sleeping at this point.
Perfect.
And then Ott just talking.
Your fucking tents reverberating.
I mean, if we can sleep through the frogs, we can sleep through fucking Ott.
Okay. I'm going to roll something for him real quick.
Yes, see how long he remembers to keep watch before he gets bored and wanders off.
No. Hold on.
Oh. What's happening?
Okay. You all, when you eventually wake up, realizing that you have not been woken up, you would see Ott. All of you would wake up and see Ott. It's about 7 in the morning.
Good morning, Ott. Thank you for watching us while we slept.
Oh, just wait.
Oh.
Ott has made a pile.
That's ominous.
There are 2 Morlings in that pile. They are crushed. It is the only way you can discern that they are Morlings is when Kellen gets close enough to inspect them and recognizes some of the sort of outlining parts of what are effectively smears on the ground. You would also note that his horse is covered in blood, dried blood, but there are also trench-like grooves in the shape of horses sort of surrounding on like the outskirts of your camp.
Imagine. Why do I imagine like he like used it like a toy, like stomp, stomp, stomp?
I cast trample.
Oh, good morning, my friends. I kept you safe.
Thank you, Ott. Did you use the horse to defend us?
Yes, yes. I threw it really hard on the first one, and it stopped moving. And then I picked it up and I threw it again at the one that was running away.
Yuri is scanning over the battlefield, all these fucking dents in the ground, and the dead Morlings, and she like mutters to Cyril, "How did we sleep through that?"
I don't know.
Oh,
Magic.
It must have gone by very fast.
Oh, I saw them, and then I threw it. And then I ran and went and got the rock, and then I threw it again.
Oh, Alt.
Did the horse hold up?
Oh, yes.
He'd show off the carved horse, just covered in gore.
oh.
You know, even though the carved horse is covered in gore, the fact that it didn't break, she kind of puffs up her chest a little bit and she's really proud.
Point of pride.
Yeah, I thought he was just gonna either forget about it or just like throw it. This is somehow worse.
I'm glad you like it and you got some use.
Thank you. It is a nice gift. Does not get many gifts.
The horse is actually modeled off of one of Shane's horses.
Don't do that. Well,
Shane looks mortified. Is that Hilda?
Not really. I made Ott something last night and I needed something to go off of.
What was it shaped like a horse?
Because I made it out of stone.
It couldn't have been like a boar or something.
There wasn't a board around for me to look off of.
There are no horses to look around at either.
I thought we had the cart.
No,
Oh.
you've been
Oh,
walking.
never mind. Never mind. Never mind. It wouldn't have been modeled off one of his
That's
horses. I'm
too
sorry.
damn bad.
it's
That's
already a
too
horse.
damn bad. It's covered in blood now.
And when you like, I make a horse out of a boulder. I thought it was just like stumpy legs, some suggestion at it. You're telling me you actually made like a fucking Michelangelo statue of David ass looking horse?
It's crude, but it does have the fine detailings that you'd be able to very easily tell it's a horse.
It's like a modern art horse.
Yeah, that's a great way to look at it.
Oh, I have to go and tell Trollcore. But it was really nice seeing you again.
Who's Trokor?
Oh,
Ott's boss.
that's my boss.
What are you going to tell him?
About the horse that I got, and about the food that I ate, and about you, you're my friends.
What is your boss?
Oh, he's a giant.
Does he like small people?
I don't know.
Have you seen him eat small people before?
Oh, Chokor eats lots of things.
Oh boy.
But
You're here.
it's okay. You're us friends.
We are so glad we are. She smiles at him.
Mm-hmm.
He's nodding his head vigorously.
You're first ones who were nice to us.
I made him some food.
What
He
about
liked it.
Nerea?
I made him a horse.
Oh, Nerea's big. You're small.
I know.
Have you only seen Nerea when she's huge?
She's only big. She's not big like Ott, but she's bigger than
Bigger than me?
you. Yeah.
This is where you would learn.
Nerea's normally huge.
Nerea only
Oh.
interfaces with Ott when she's big.
But she huge.
I mean, her feathers are very big.
Oh no. She's like.
He'd bring his hand over, sort of very roughly measuring it over you, and you would see almost double your height.
That big.
All right. No, that makes sense.
It's okay to be small.
No, of course.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ott's smaller than Chokor.
Really?
You look up at Ott, who's a huge creature.
Concerned. He's bigger than you by how much?
Like this big.
And he'd hold his hand up over his head. About 2 heads worth.
Oh.
Yeah. All right. Alex is gonna cook dinner, everybody.
You mean breakfast?
Alex is gonna cook breakfast.
Okay.
Are you feeding Ott?
Oh God, he's staying, right? Of course I am. He can't.
I mean, if you're pulling out the tools, he was gonna leave. But if you're pulling out the tools, he's gonna stay for breakfast.
You know what? Me as the player who's handling the resources on behalf of the party, wants to say, nah, let's just have this tactical delay until he leaves. But Alaric wouldn't. Alaric would just make him food too. So here we are.
That's very kind of you. Thank you.
A 10.
Well,
A serviceable breakfast.
that's
was-
twice as good as last time.
That was almost a 1, by the way.
Yeah, I saw. You're down to 19 charges.
19 indeed, good sir.
5 for
19
Ott, 1 for your companions.
And do we all get the long rest button?
Yes, everybody gets the long rest button.
Long rest
Oh,
button.
another thing to note. Kellen, you are normal age again. Marana, your confidence is gone.
Hell.
Ashobe, your hair is red.
Oh my god.
Siluro, you are no longer glowing.
Oh.
Oh.
Thank God.
I wake up with stubble. I'm like, wait a second.
Your pants.
Back
You're
pains,
mean to
dodgy
me, Yuri.
knees.
One more time, Siluro.
Why does Yuri have to be so mean to me?
I don't think you understand. I fucking hate sleeping with the lights on. You're that
Yeah.
times 10.
No.
No.
Yes, you were very bright.
For a moment and realizes, the shit that she's had commissioned. Like, oh fuck. Now I'm gonna have to give them to people.
Okay. Say cooking breakfast for everybody and enjoying the meal. Everybody woke up, saw the gore, was given breakfast. It's about 8:30 in the morning now when Ott would finally finish his meal, both hands patting very loudly against his sort of stomach.
Oh, thank you again. I have to get going, but I was happy to see you again.
Our pleasure, my friend.
It was wonderful to see you.
Thank you for watching us while we slept. I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you for the horse. I'm gonna go now. I'm sure Trolcor is wondering where I am.
Goodbye, all.
Goodbye. And goodbye, little giant.
The hand comes down and pushes that Celery.
Goodbye.
He'd turn. And eventually vanish into the deep woods.
Oh.
So, not to worry anybody, but that was a lot of food that just went with the giant. We've lost about 10 days worth of food with him. Besides rations, we can go for I would say 9, 10 more days. Then we have to eat rations.
Actually, belay that, 17 days. Wait, no, 14 days. Sorry.
So it's about 2 uses per day for 2 meals.
Yeah, but people have been supplementing with rations and stuff.
Indeed. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, it's when they wake up and when they go to sleep. That's how it's always been, like 2 a day.
Okay.
So with that and rations, that's about the amount of time we have.
Okay.
Surveys the pile of gore.
I'm glad we're his friends.
Yeah,
I'm-
as well.
I'm glad I made him that horse.
I somehow don't think it would be necessary, but I'm glad you did too.
Okay. Did everybody hit their long rest button? I do believe so.
I think Kellen needs to hit the muffin button. There
Got
you
it.
go.
There we go. Okay. Who is leading today?
Fast boy.
Fast boy, as per normal. Very well. Who is perceiving today?
I can attempt to perceive.
Okay. Marana is our perceiver for today. Kellen, your first hex, please. Marana, your perception roll, please.
Oh, hi.
Okay. We'll get rid of that 19, you fucking dork. As you would travel along the coast here, many of these places that you are passing are familiar to you. They bear that resemblance because you've passed through these areas so many times. Except this time, the path is clear. None of the cairns remain. They've been dismantled in the time that you've been gone, fully destroyed or removed, especially with the help that Yuria and Ashilde had provided in dismantling the power that was being drawn from them. If you were to walk through this place, it doesn't even look like it was once the ritual site of something most heinous. You travel through with no issue. Next hex, please.
I see we're going for consistency today.
Okay. Okay. Marana, you would catch movement from your ridgeline here. As out in the water, you would see an entity emerging.
Oh, there's something coming out of the water?
Not like beaching itself, but something coming out of the water and sort of surveying the land. This entity is rather large, even from this distance. You would see that they have like impossibly broad shoulders, these fins that adorn them, as well as this sort of bright blue scales that cover the entirety of them from head to toe. You would see tendrils that hang from their chin and face, with sort of these crescent edges along the sort of brow and chin line. You would see in one hand that they sort of hold up over their head as they're sort of looking. You would see this gnarled hook-like weapon.
I'm gonna say, does that look familiar to something we saw on a certain boat ride from Hane Keep?
No, in fact, but what you can roll me, given what this thing is, you can roll me a nature check.
I can certainly try. Yeah, I might.
You'd have heard tales of things like this, given how close Malgrove is to the water. This is what's known as a marrow.
Oh, no, bad. No, bye.
You would see its harpoon sort of lowered for a moment. Its attention being drawn to the movement on the ridgeline, but it pays no mind to you. At least, not right now. You would watch as it sort of turns, its large body now kicking up with its tail, a splash as it would descend deeper into the water on its hunt. You would know that marrows haunt coastal waters, preying on fisherfolk, merfolk, and any other edible creature that crosses their path. These savage monsters snatch and devour unwary prey, hauling their drowned corpses back to the underwater grottos to feed. So, more than likely, there was a marrow den somewhere nearby.
Marana will essentially sort of point that out. Careful, there are marrow along this coast somewhere. You should stay above the ridgeline. And whatever you do, don't go by the water's edge.
A what?
It's sort of like a fish folk, but not like
Not in the way the Sahagin are. They're still as dangerous, though. They prefer to hunt along the shores. Fisherfolk and anyone else that makes a living along the coast knows to fear them.
Okay.
Okay. That danger learned. Let's go ahead and let's pick the next hex. Final D12. I nudge Kellen.
Yes. Removing the last thing. Oop, am I on it?
Very much. Hey, Ranger, do something.
There we
Yeah,
go.
poking it with a stick. Do something. D12, please. Perception check, please. More keenly aware now that you've been exposed to some of the dangers lurking in the water, you are paying much more attention this time.
There's evil mermaids out there, of course.
Indeed, there be evil mermaids about.
Just
Can't
an
be too
eye
careful.
eye patch suddenly appears, cork pipe.
Ooh, there's dangers in them there waters. Okay. As you would arrive, now having reached your destination, there is that cool air of the evening that would wash over you. You would note that during your travel, especially now with how high the moon is, you would note that it is a full moon. For those of you with dark vision, you would find that it is a little easier to see. Not so many grays or grays and blacks, but able to discern some color as you've sort of been bathed in the moonlight. As you navigate the tree lines here and follow the carved path that you had traveled all that time ago to stop the ritual, you would find that before where the trees had these harrowing blackened tendrils that burrowed through the earth, their strange sort of spine-like protrusions on them tearing at the ground. Now, there's nothing. Whatever corruption had been here once is gone. Whatever threat had been here before, all but erased. You step forward and can see it. Already, the area around you is different. Looking forward, you can see the pale tree at the end of the path. Its sort of white bark now illuminated by the moonlight, as well as the numerous candles that have lit it. But instead of their normal teal glow, they instead have this deep crimson, a familiar color from the ebon wings. And as you all are walking, you would hear another set of footsteps join you. And that's where we're going to call it for tonight.
Hate that.
Thank you guys so much for playing. We will pick this up next week on the 28th of July.
I'm so mad.
For as long as the players wish to stick around, you may ask any questions you have pertaining to the games by highlighting them with your channel points.
I believe that's like 6 days from Baldur's Gate 3 coming out.
Baldur's Gate comes out on the 3rd. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna be at a con on that weekend, but maybe I'll make it home in time. Who knows?
That's a Thursday. Comes out in.
For
You should be
Baldur's
home.
Gate? No. The 28th.
Oh, gotcha.
Can Ott be a retainer, please? I'll make a dummy account for a second fan. Ot is, I'm afraid, Cyclopses, I'm afraid, are too high a level to be retainers.
Lawyer.
The ominous music is on. I don't like that.
Crown, how could you take the confidence away before the date? Easily.
Meh.
I'll fucking
Watch
do it
it.
again.
Sure, I'll go on a second date. What have I done?
Oh.
Fool.
Screaming, crying, throwing up.
Shiola's got her red hair back and she's just kind of caressing it.
Does Marana miss her confidence boost, or is she more comfortable without it?
Oh, I think she's gonna miss it. I think that's kind of what gave her the go-ahead to be like, yeah, sure, I'll summon the fucking dead. Why not? Let's see. Let's see how bad it could go.
Right on time.
Right in time, yeah.
With a discussion with Yuria, do you believe that the Night Maidens will be able to mend just a little better? Absolutely. 100%. I can say with full confidence that Yuria averted disaster.
I point my finger in Brunhilde's chest. Yeah, I swear to God, if you are in the head of a coup, I'm gonna be very disappointed.
She was.
I fucking knew it. The moment is like, oh yeah, we've had some issues. I look over at the motherfucker who's like, yeah, they broke my wings and tortured me forever. I was like, you're the one with the chip on your shoulder. I can
Several.
smell it.
It's fucking massive, in fact.
I can smell it. Break the cycle, you bitch.
We must be better.
Well, good job, Yuria.
I really love your role playing. You guys are amazing. Can't have enough of that. The only downside, if you want to call it that, we have forever to things looking forward to develop. Yeah, but I mean, that's sort of the thing with these campaigns is that they're slow birds, right? They've only known each other for like 4 months.
It's crazy.
True enough.
So I couldn't help but slip in that thing. I was like, oh, it felt like it's been years. Crazy.
That's tracking time. That's what tracking time does for you, baby. You realize, you go, my God, we spent three sessions on one in-game day.
It's definitely a D&D style of storytelling where like everything's sort of real time. I think translates from pretty much everyone here being in a Conan server or Conan-like server where, again, everything's real time.
It feels great because I didn't track time with SOE, and there were a lot of fuck-ups with SOE where I was like, oh my God, these fucking assholes are level 10 and it's only been like 3 weeks.
And that's why you fridged them for 2 years.
I'm gonna put you on ice.
Like, ah!
Have your character development in the simulations.
We did, and it left us horribly scarred.
Werner walks by, cranks it up to a 12. Yeah, fuck you guys.
Yeah. I'll let them steep in there a little bit longer.
Oh, they're about to get out? No. Reset that for like another year.
I don't think they're fucked up enough yet.
Let us go.
No. Closes the lid.
Please.
Imagine if we managed to defeat the Wizard King and then we just wake up in that place again. And we realize that it was a lie the whole time.
Just let us go. I want to play Evelyn.
Shh, shh. The lid closes.
Please.
Cranks the knob 8 years.
I fucking hate it here.
How is Shane feeling that his horse is forever immortalized in stone that is now covered in blood? Well, he already has a horse forever immortalized in stone because the basilisk turned one of his horses to stone. So this is a second horse, which is a little traumatizing. You know, no big deal.
But this horse is different.
It's not, though.
It's really not.
God, if I was a fucked up little wizard in this game, I would just be like, animate object. Now it's a horse.
Oh god.
It used to be a rock.
Does Ashilde miss black hair, or does she prefer her original hair color?
She is a redhead through and through. Hands down.
I should also note, along with Warrior's Heart, Shane also got a passive ability called Animal Affinity.
What? He encroaching on my terrain?
He was on your terrain before you were.
Think-
Whenever Shane attempts to soothe a creature that is a beast, he can make his animal handling check at advantage.
No, that's pretty good, actually.
So how different are Tarosian pigs different from where Yuri is?
Stop.
They're probably pink
just-
and tiny.
So
That's all
here's
she had to say.
Pigs.
we'll put down a boar.
Uh,
Here's a giant boar on the map. Here's a Caressian boar.
That's what I'm saying.
There you go. How's
Tiny
that?
pink corkscrew tail.
Tarosi.
They're not
Correct.
tiny to her. They're just normal.
Is Ott talking about his new friends to his boss a good thing or a bad thing?
That's my word.
Who knows?
Why not both?
How familiar is everybody with the ordning?
Not familiar enough.
Well, you've explained it to us. Like, I know what it is.
Ooh, another thing to note. Adventurers. In your Cometh the Fall notes, you'll see adventuring info. It has your consumables list, and it also has the death door mechanic explained and written out for you.
Thank you, DM.
Are Cyclopses usually kind to small folk if not provoked? No, they usually throw hands.
Hungry.
They usually throw hands. That's because they're hungry, right? The reason Ott didn't is because I was playing into that more neutral side, and he was sort of occupied with something. He wasn't looking for food, and then Silro spoke giant, which garnered a lot of interest from Ott, who didn't want to eat the thing that could speak giant. And then they were nice to Ott. They didn't attack him or anything, or didn't cast any spells on him or anything like that. So he was just like,
Small ones are nice.
Now, he likes the party because he recognizes them. But I'm sure if he came across a different band of adventurers who attacked him, he would fucking wipe the floor with those adventurers.
Like mortars.
Yeah, like Morlings. So, Momo, will you have the 5-page paper on Death's Door by Sunday?
What?
Yeah, the quiz.
Shut up. No. I don't do that. I left school.
I love us so much. Good. I'm glad. There have been a lot of fun NPCs that have sort of like rolled up on the party. And given that the party is a relatively nice band of adventurers, those encounters that could be combat encounters instead turn into like little roleplay moments.
We've been like, but what if we just talked to it?
What if we just talked to the monster thing?
CTF has definitely been chill.
I don't imagine that would happen in TOS. I don't imagine there'd be the same kindness shared with monsters in TOS.
Well,
You
TOS
mean,
needs money,
we
so
are the monsters. The
In
humans
TOS,
we're gonna
it's
be
like
killing.
TOS. It's like Cox shotgun. Shame.
Hello, I'm a Thunder Fury boy. Gets fucking guiding bolted to the face. Oh!
Yeah, that's nice, kid. Give me your money.
I know you have stress items on you. Give it to me.
Give me the smut and no one gets hurt.
Hand it over.
Hello. Yes, I'm going to need all the porn you have.
But I can't give you that. Yes, you can. Give it to me right now.
Your porn or your life.
It literally just like hands them a pen and a book.
You have working fingers as of this moment. Get writing.
Hello, Razzie. The monster shall die? Yeah. Yeah, we know.
who will die? What?
The monsters.
Oh man.
Isn't man the real monster?
The Morling choking out one of your companions? Yes.
Oh. Good. I killed him one.
Okay. I think this is a good place to call it.
Oh, you're yelling at me.
We will pick this up. We'll pick this up next week on the 28th of July.
Very well.
That would be Uria, Hale.
Into? What do you mean into?
DTF. I mean CTF.
Yeah, man, I guess we could fuck.
So you like MILFs? I think she's a MILF.
You look like you
milk
have
skid?
parental issues.
That's very presumptuous.
I love the idea that she sees Yuri and then she just rolls up her feathers.
Okay. Why don't you guys go ahead and say goodbye to chat?
Goodbye, chat.
Goodbye.
Ciao, chat.
Later, chat.
Bye, chat.
Good night, DM.
I
Good night, homie. Rest well. I shall return.
Good night.
Friends, companions, thank you guys so much for coming out and supporting the stream. It means a lot. I hope you guys have a fantastic night. Toby, I'm sorry that it took so long. I just saw it. Thank you very much for the 20 months, my friend. I hope that you are having a fantastic day. Thank you for sticking around for so goddamn long. I hope that you guys have a fantastic night. I'm probably going to get some food and then go to bed because I Gotta try to get some sleep, or maybe not. Who knows? I just know that Saturday is full with a lot of D&D stuff. We got Guilds and Geckos going on with Zentrea, and then we got Minds of Fandelver with Brett. So Saturday is fucking jam-packed, baby. I'm incredibly excited. So yeah. God, what else? Hello, all the new followers who've joined the stream. Hello, welcome. I'm the Crown DM. I'm a 5th edition dungeon master who runs games in his own homebrew setting, the world of Adis. What you just saw was CTF, or Cometh Fall. It is a high fantasy game that takes place in the western realm of Tyros, the land of kings. It has a lot of high magic, terrible, frightening monsters, and other such legends and mythos that are associated with it. And if you're interested in even more D&D, then every Sunday at 11 a.m. CST, we run Tales of Sunfall, our Darkest Dungeon-inspired game. If you're interested at all in Darkest Dungeon, which is a game made by Red Hook Studios, it is an eldritch, Cthulhian sort of roguelike, feel free to tune in. As well, we have our normal streams, I believe, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 2PK Tuesday, World Building Wednesday. And you can find out all of this and more if you join the Discord. So come hang out with all the amazing people that you were hanging out with tonight. And why not consider following the Twitter for notifications of when I go live, or subscribing to the YouTube, where all of these VODs will eventually be uploaded to for your viewing convenience, because Twitch's VOD highlights sort of suck. And hey, maybe you're considering supporting the stream. Well, I would direct your support to our Patreon. For $10, you will get map packs every month. Generally, 3 or more maps, as well as bonus maps throughout the month, where you can get your hands on some gorgeous VTT maps made by yours truly using Incarnate. Or perhaps you want to get your hands on some homebrew content, like the Wood Wraith that is currently stalking the forest of the deep woods. That is also available for our $20 patrons. And of course, you don't have to support the Patreon at all. You just being here, lurking, chatting, following the stream, watching the stream, all of that allows me to do the thing that I love, which is this, Dungeons and Dragons. So thank you guys so much. That is going to be it for me tonight. I hope that you guys have a fantastic night. I hope you take care of yourselves. Hug your loved ones. Tell them that you love them. And I will see you guys later. Goodbye, chat.